NerdyNeo on the mic tells a story. Open mic, a world of digital glory. Talking quests and pixelated dreams. Gamers journey on the mainstream. Open mic with a gaming twist. Press start and raise your fist. From consoles all to new. Every game a brand new crew. Week by week a new guest appears. Sharing love for gaming through the years. Button mashing tales of late night kills. Level up, adrenaline thrill. Open mic with a gaming twist. Press start and raise your fist. From consoles old to new. Every game a brand new crew. From pixel art to high-def screens. Open worlds and cutscenes. Needless questions, deep they go. Discovering every game in tow.
Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday evening to you all. It is time for another open mic, and the second one after returning after a long break. Last week had a great return to form with open mic with a panelist who was on top 5 puzzle games with us a couple weeks ago. That was John Connors, and this week we got Lowest Expectations joining us, or joining me for part 2, because I know we did an open mic way back, but it's been a while, so it's good to have you back on to just have a nice chat. So, how are you doing tonight?
I'm still asleep. No, but yeah, it has been a while. A lot of stuff has happened since the last time. So
since our last open mic, or just since the last time we were on
Open mic,
stream,
yeah.
or open mic? Okay, yeah. I was, after mentioning that, I'm like, I'm really curious now. When was that? Because that was right around the time that we got introduced to each other, I think. Because usually when I find out about new people, I'm like, hey, would you want to come talk video games with me on open mic? And they're like, yeah. So, I found it. March. Oh, it wasn't that long ago. I thought it was long ago. It was not quite a year ago. It was March of last year. So almost a year ago. I thought it was longer ago than that. But either way, good to have you back on for another discussion. So, yeah, I know you said you had a couple topics that you wanted to discuss. Did you want to get right into that? Or do you just want to chit-chat a little bit before we did that?
we can chit chat a little bit first.
Okay. Well, in that case, what have you been playing lately?
Oh, I've been playing mostly Arknights Enfield, which is a new gacha game.
Okay. I've known of the game Arknights just like by name. I knew nothing about it. If I saw a screenshot of it, I would not have a clue what game it is. But I've heard the name Arknights because buddy, my Winter Prince, which I think you might have been on a panel with him before. He's a big fan of that game, and it's because of him. I often see him posting like streams of like, "Hey, I'm going live to play Arknights," although I haven't actually watched one of those streams, so that's why I don't know of the game. But just recently, either is it a separate game or is it just a new mode for the same game, Enfield?
It is a separate game. I believe it's a sequel, actually. So
Okay. I have heard about this one, and I've looked into it for reasons of, it has a new mechanic that you and I are both fans of. So why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, and I want to get into that eventually.
Okay.
But before that, basically, I also didn't know anything about Arknights really beforehand. So let's see. There's the gacha game. There's a bunch of characters from that game that I've seen around the internet a bunch of times, like in fan art and stuff like that. But the content of the game, I had no idea what it was about. Nothing. So the fact that this one's a sequel is kind of a problem, because when the game starts, I
have no
have
idea what's going
no
on.
idea. I have no idea what's going on. I don't know what the characters are all talking about or referring to or anything. So the story's kind of confusing.
It'd be like me trying to get into one of those Trails games you love, but not starting at the beginning.
Yeah, kind of. Like, so at the beginning, I don't know what the heck is going on, but then once it starts getting going, you start to focus on like what's just happening in front of you, and then it doesn't really matter anymore.
So,
Unfortunately, that aspect, like if you're just seeing what the characters are doing and what's happening in the game, it's not all that interesting, unfortunately.
okay.
So
So what little I've gathered from the little bit of the core gameplay, we'll call it, is it seems to be a party real-time action RPG.
yeah, it's like a party-based action RPG, basically.
Okay.
And then yeah, the gotcha element is the characters and some of the higher tier weapons. And that's kind of it. There's a lot of characters that they give you for free basically. So if you don't want to spend a bunch of money in the game, which I don't because I'm a cheap bastard,
Same
then
here.
it's
The few
actually
free-to-play
it's a
games I've never spent any money in.
yeah, it's a very very free to play friendly game.
That's nice.
There's a lot of people that would make you believe otherwise though because there's a lot of people are complaining about the gotcha system. I don't know if you know how this works, like if you know what a pity system is.
I have not heard of that term before.
Right. So basically, I'll explain how this game works in particular to give
Okay.
you an example. So when you're rolling for a character and you're trying to acquire a character randomly, you have like a really low chance of actually getting them. You can spend money to get more chances to get them, and then after you hit a certain number, in this game it's 120 times. If you do 120 times, you're guaranteed to get the character.
Okay. I've not heard that term, but I've thought of that. It'd be nice to have that in a game, mainly because, as you know, I play a lot of Mass Effect 3, and
Mhm.
once you get, because I've been playing it since it came out, and there's still stuff in the uh, the loot boxes. Essentially, it's all RNG. There's still stuff that I don't have
Oh,
maxed out
really?
to level 10. So you can use all in-game currency. When it came out, it's always had the option to buy stuff with in-game currency, which is what I do. I've never spent a single penny on the game outside of the initial purchase of it in 2012, plus the actual DLCs. But the multiplayer has, you earn credits from playing the game, and you can spend that to unlock packs. Back then you could also spend Microsoft points, because this is back in the day of Microsoft points. I don't, since I've never bought any with Microsoft points, I don't even know if you still could if you wanted to. I haven't tried it. But the uncommon, common, and rare items all are guaranteed to drop, but the ultra rares are not guaranteed. So that's why some of my stuff is, even though I still play it regularly on almost a weekly basis, I still have a good number of ultra rare weapons I don't have maxed out, because I'll buy 10, 20 packs and I won't get an ultra rare. So it'd be really nice if it had that. So every time you don't get one, your odds of getting one on the next one would increase. That would be really, really swell.
I didn't know that game had loot boxes.
Yeah, it's because I always thought it was funny, because when people started making lots of fuss about loot box games like Shadow of War, which another game that I really enjoyed. I didn't play it until after the loot boxes were gone. Same thing with Star Wars Battlefront 2 from EA. I didn't play that game until after the loot boxes were taken out, but I remember, those two games, there was a lot of hoopla around the internet about those games having loot boxes. Like Mass Effect 3 had this in 2012 and no one ever threw a fit about it. So why is it why are people upset about this now?
Interesting.
So,
Hello,
yeah,
Ariana, by the way.
but yes, hello, Ariana. She seems to be very on point, showing up on every stream. So that's good to see. It's just, how are you doing? How are you two doing today? I'm doing well. I think Lois is doing all right. He says he's a bit tired, but we're here to have a great chat, and always good to see you.
Yep.
So sorry to go off track there. tangent.
No, it's all good. Going back to the pity system thing, though. So, most gacha games have like certain special characters that appear in the banners for you to roll for.
Okay.
So, for like, the first 2 or 3 weeks, there was a certain character for that. And then now it changed to somebody else.
Is it still possible to get that other character, or are they basically gone?
I'll get to that.
Okay.
So the first character, what normally happens in a lot of other gacha games is for the pity system, if you like, let's say you do 60 times out of the 120,
Okay.
and then the current character banner ends, that 60 will roll over into the next one. So
Okay.
you can just, the pity system will just continue on for the next character. This game does not have that. So
you're
a
saying
lot of people,
other games will typically do that.
yeah, other games will do that. This one does not do that. That's like the main thing that people are really pissed off about.
So when it rolls over to a new event, so to speak, or a new season, your odds reset.
Yep.
Oh,
They just
that is
completely reset.
garbage. That is
Mhm.
trash. Now, these we'll call them loot boxes for lack of a better term. I'm not sure if that is an accurate term for this game.
Not
Can you,
really.
okay, whatever these microtransactions are, that's probably a better
Yeah.
term for it. Can you buy it with? I'm assuming you can buy it with real money since it's free to play. That's
Yes.
how they make their money. Can you buy it with in-game currency, or is it only a premium currency?
There is a premium currency, and you do earn that premium currency. Like you'll earn a little bit throughout the game each time you do something in the game, like beat a quest or find a treasure chest in the world or something like that.
But
So
it's not a lot to encourage you to spend money on it, I assume.
yeah, it's not a lot. And then especially once you get into the game and you've finished all the quests and you're finished exploring the world, you're not going to be getting a lot of those if you keep playing the game.
Okay.
So that's how they kind of encourage you to spend.
Because they want you to be like, hey, this one's about to run out. Better spend more money so you can unlock it before
Yep.
it goes away, potentially forever.
Yep. And if you're trying to beat the end
That's
game
dirty.
content, you're going to want all the best stuff you can possibly get. So that's how they get you.
These characters, are these basically just skins, or do they have unique abilities that make the game easier?
Oh, they're characters with unique abilities, and so there's like different ranks of characters. There's 4, 5, and 6-star characters. The
Okay,
6-star
so
ones,
like the sports games packs, where it's
Kinda,
like, I got a
yeah.
96 rated, person on my team. I don't know. I've never played any of those games, but it sounds like it's kind of like that.
yeah, and the 6-star characters are the ones you roll for.
Okay.
So if you have them, you're probably going to have an easier time doing the hardest content in the game.
Okay, so it's not just cosmetics. These actually have in-game effects.
Yeah, so a lot of people are really mad about that. They're calling this like the greediest game out right now. And I don't know if I agree though, because like I'm not super into it like they are. Like there's some dedicated gacha players out there who are making a bunch of videos and stuff about it and ranting like crazy. And what happened? Did Restream do its thing again?
Restream's doing its thing again.
No, here we go.
Without fail, it's like, I don't know why. It's like I've never had that problem until recently. Now it happens on a couple times a stream, it seems. So, and
But you could hear everything I said, basically, right?
It cut out for about 5 seconds there.
Okay.
But real quickly, Crazy Landlow is also in chat saying hello. Good evening, Crazy Landlow. Good to see you, buddy.
Let's see.
You were the last thing I heard was you said you either do or don't agree. I couldn't tell. It cut off during that sentence.
I don't agree. Like they were saying, they were saying that this is like one of the greediest games ever, and I don't really agree because of how like free to play friendly this game is. I don't really understand where they're coming from, but like these dedicated gacha players, they're the types who are like, oh my god, I have to get every character. I need them. I need my waifus. They're those kind of players. So.
For anyone who hasn't played it, it's also a it's like a cell shaded, very Japanese character game as well. So
And if
yeah,
they can't beat the latest hardest content in the game, they get really pissed off and they think they're being cheated out of everything and stuff like that. And they sound like they don't enjoy the game. If you ask me, like as I'm playing it, I'm just like enjoying exploring the world and finding treasures just because it's fun to explore the world and find the treasures and stuff like that. And also build stuff, which we'll get to in a second.
I have questions about that.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I'm sitting here, I'm playing this game that I got for free and I'm having all this fun and what's there to complain about? Like if I miss out on some characters, oh well, I have a bunch of other characters that the game gives you for free anyway. You can just use them and they're actually part of the story and the 6-star characters aren't even part of the story yet. So
And
it's
so
whatever.
overall with the core gameplay, you're mostly satisfied with it?
Yeah.
Enjoying
The
yourself?
main things I'm not satisfied with are the story. The story and the characters actually. The characters are like very generic anime game characters and they don't have a whole lot going for them. So it's like if I miss out on pulling a new character, I'm not super like I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything really because I don't care about the hardest content yet. And I probably won't. I'll probably drop the game before I even get there because I've pretty much explored everything, finished the story as it is so far, which the story was starting to get interesting. And then it ends in the middle of this chapter that I'm in because they just haven't made the content yet.
Oh, okay. So it's like an ongoing thing.
Yeah, and now we have to wait for the next big update, which I don't even know when that is. So
Okay. Yeah. I think the first one that I remember that did a kind of release schedule like that is when they started doing like the episodes of like the Telltale games where it's like we released season 1 or episode 1 and then you got to wait a couple months for the episode 2 and had to wait like a whole year for like all 5 episodes to get the whole story out of it. I didn't end up playing those until like the whole thing was out, so I never had to like wait for that, but I do know they did like an episodic release like that. So, and also in chat is Nightmare. What's up? Good evening, Nightmare. Speaking of Telltale, and Telltale did a fantastic rendition of one of his favorite characters, the Batman Telltale games. Those are fantastic.
Oh yeah,
I did enjoy them, but I'm not a huge Batman fan. I just say that to Raz Nightmare because I know how much he despises those Telltale Batman games. So
anyway, if anyone's played Genshin Impact or seen Genshin Impact, the overall gameplay is very similar to that. You just don't glide anywhere.
I was going to ask you because I haven't played Genshin Impact, but I know it's very popular and they have a very similar like art style and I think gameplay. So I was going to ask you, like, is the gameplay somewhat comparable?
Yeah, the core gameplay is very comparable to that.
Okay, and that one, Genshin Impact, I believe, is also free to play, right?
Yeah, and I did play that one for a long time. I probably like that game better overall. And I think the combat in Genshin is more fun to me. And there were parts of the Genshin story that I actually really liked. And there was also some that I really didn't like, but free to play game, can't complain too much.
Nightmare says, I like Telltale Batman as much as you like Baja Blast. I bet you I like Baja Blast more than you like Telltale Batman. Because I don't hate it. I just think it's the one Mountain Dew that's not good.
I have not experienced either one, so
okay. Well, you're better off for it then. Okay, so
but yeah, we were going to talk about the building aspect.
Yes. So that's probably, if it wasn't for, because you said you prefer Genshin Impact for the core gameplay, but this other aspect we're about to talk to, do you like that more than Genshin Impact?
No.
Oh, all right. Interesting. I was expecting that to be a yes, but all right. So go ahead and tell us about this other aspect of the game that has got me intrigued and why I thought about playing this game.
Right. Yeah, this aspect was actually why I was interested in the game to begin with.
I had a feeling.
So, the way the building works in this game, you unlock like plots of land that you can build your little factory things on, right? Basically, what this serves is just to make more items for you, basically. So you can make like medicinal items that your characters can carry so you can heal yourself, because you actually don't really have a lot of healing from your character's abilities. You have to supplement it with items. And you can automate the production of these items, so running out is never usually a problem. It's only a matter of like getting to the best medicinal items you can make, which sometimes will take a while because you'll need like a super advanced chain of production line in order to make like the bigger ones.
Okay.
The problem, though, is that this building system is extremely limited. You can make it build the stuff that you need, and you also make it build the stuff that you need so you can sell to the characters in the games, and that's how you make your normal currency. Is usually has to do with that, constructing and making items to sell to the characters in the world.
Okay.
So, but then once you're done, once you've made all that stuff, then you're basically done, and you just let it sit. And it actually works as you're not playing the game as well. So when you come back into the game the next day, you'll have like 20,000 of something to sell to the characters or something like that. So that's like the main purpose of it.
Okay. So yes, this other building aspect is basically a management automation game, very similar to Satisfactory, but it's just like a side aspect of this game. So I watched, are you familiar with the channel Let's Game It Out?
No.
Okay. So the guy who runs the channel, his name is Josh. I've never actually seen what he looks like, but he narrates all the videos of him playing these games, and so I know his voice. But Let's Game It Out, what he does is he goes and takes games and he just tries to do like the most ridiculous, absurd things that the developers never would have thought of, and essentially an attempt to break the game. Like he did a hilarious one on Satisfactory where it's like the most Frankenstein's monster mash of a factory.
Oh, you know what?
It's just pipes going everywhere, straight up into the sky. It's hilarious what he does. So he did one on this game just like last week. I watched it a couple days ago. It wasn't as entertaining as a Satisfactory one, but it was pretty funny, all the stuff that he tries to do. So
I feel like we have talked about this before. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking back in our DMs, and we have talked about this like last year.
Okay, probably after our open mic, I probably sent you the video to that Let's Game It Out for Satisfactory.
Yeah.
So we got
I know what you're talking
guy
about
in chat. What's up, a random nerdy guy? Talking about this aspect of Arknights, and it's an automated version of the Genshin artifact system as well, which I've never played it, so I don't know what that means. But
yeah, the artifact system in Genshin, that's basically your equipment. So one of the items you can build.
Is there like a lot of crafting in that one, but you do it all by hand? And this one, you can just do it like you can create, automated factories essentially to do it?
No. In Genshin, you get artifacts by doing little combat mini games, and then you get random variations of the artifacts.
Okay.
That's part of the Genshin grind. So in this game, Arknight's Enfield, you actually, one of the items that you build is the main component of your equipment that you craft yourself. So
okay, because I do have a couple questions about that, but the random nerdy guy also said it's a giant spiral, which I think he's talking about the Let's Game It Out Satisfactory episode. Sounds like he knows what I'm talking about. But okay, so you build your factory, so to speak. From the Let's Game It Out video I saw, it looks like the area that you have to build in is rather small. You can't just build anywhere like in
Yep.
Satisfactory. So I'm assuming, this is, from the little bit I saw from that video, like you use one plot of land essentially to have it automatically, basically think of it as like one factory you build in Satisfactory where it builds like one element. So I'm assuming you use like one plot of land to essentially craft one thing. You do another plot of land to craft another thing. Is that kind of how it works?
More or less, yeah.
Okay.
So your factories are going to be super small and not very interesting to look at, or not very interesting to build either. And the UI for building is actually really cumbersome and annoying. So,
because I saw that one thing you can do is you can switch to this top-down view, so you're not actually going over the shoulder essentially from your character. That looked like it was really handy. Is that?
It is very handy, yeah.
Okay, that's one thing you don't have in Satisfactory until you get essentially a jetpack. But that looked like a very nice, not necessarily quality of life, but coming from a Satisfactory player, that would be coming very handy. So I think you already answered one of my questions. I was going to say, I know you build these factories, so to speak, to build these things, but they don't automatically go into your inventory. It sounds like you have to go and pick up the items and then do stuff with them. Is that right?
Sorry, say that again.
Oh, did I lose you? Oh,
no, I just spaced out.
So your factory automatically builds stuff for you once you've got it all up and running. That whatever it crafts, though, that doesn't automatically go into your inventory. So you have to leave the core gameplay essentially and go to your factory essentially to acquire whatever's crafted in your absence. Is that right?
So you have an inventory and then you have like a stash or a depot that everything goes to. The depot can hold
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Depot can hold like thousands and thousands of these items, so it just goes there automatically, and then you can put it in your inventory if you need to, but usually you don't.
Okay, so Red Nerdy Guy says they go to a collective depot. So
Yep.
you can have all these different factories essentially at these different plots of lands, but all the stuff they craft ends up in this collective depot, so you don't have to go to each individual one to get whatever they make. You just go to one spot to get it all.
Right, and you also have more than one depot. You have one for the first, there's like a first level basically, which is one region, and then there's a second region. That one's completely separate. So you have two different depots for each land, and there's currently two of them, and I assume they're going to be adding more as they add more content to the game. So
okay, so that's also it looks like they're probably expanding that aspect of the game as well as it grows. Okay, so Atomic Patriot is here. What's up, Atomic Patriot? I want to get him on. I think I reached out to him to get him on an open mic and sometime upcoming. I've got basically booked through the end of March, but I definitely want to get you on for an open mic at some point too. So Nightmare says Genshin is a Ninja Gaiden character too, isn't he? Yes, Genshin is one of the main antagonists of Ninja Gaiden 2, and you fight him like 4 times over the course of the game. But I don't believe there's any connection to Genshin Impact. They just happen to share a name. So I'm assuming that this, kind of scratches the Satisfactory itch, but it's nowhere near that level of depth. Is that fair?
I would say it didn't scratch any itch, really.
Oh, okay.
The factory building is not very engaging or fun. It's kind of annoying because of the UI and stuff.
Okay, so it's not living up to your expectations then, even as low as they are.
Well, as low as they are, I guess they met them.
They met them.
There's also a tower defense aspect to the game because you can build turrets and stuff, and then each region has little places where you can do turret or tower defense mini games.
I did not know that was in the game. So
yeah, so that was interesting, but then it just kind of devolves into can you build the strongest turret and whittle down the inflated HP of these enemies?
With bullet sponges.
Yeah.
Okay. So, because yeah, like you, when I saw that this has a factory building element to it, I was intrigued. But you definitely wouldn't recommend it for that alone. It sounds like.
No.
Okay.
No, if you were a fan of the action RPG party action RPG thing like Genshin, then that's who I would recommend it to, not the factory aspect.
fan.
But if you have like a mind for that kind of gameplay, then yeah, obviously this one's going to appeal to you more.
And not that I mind the action RPG, it's just I'm more interested in the factory building element. But it sounds like, yeah, you definitely wouldn't play it just for that, because can you play it just for that, or do you have to go do the other part of the game in order to progress your factory building?
The action RPG thing is the main thing of the game. So if you don't do that, you're not progressing in the game.
Oh,
so if you got to do a lot of combat, fighting a bunch of enemies over and over and over again. Uh-oh.
You were cutting out there like a bunch, although I don't know if it was on your end or my end. So I only caught bits and pieces of that.
Oh, okay. Am I good now?
I think so.
Okay.
Although my matrix text in the background was falling the whole time, like smoothly. So I don't think it was on my end. But
okay, weird. Yeah, I was just saying that the action RPG aspect is the main focus of the game, and the whole factory thing is like a tacked on. So
you couldn't really play it just for that, because you wouldn't be able to do a whole lot, right?
Right.
Okay. That was kind of my guess, but I haven't actually talked to anyone who's actually played it. So good to know.
And there's some parts of the game where you do have to do the factory stuff to progress as well, but the main focus is like the story with the characters and the combat and stuff like that.
So they do complement each other, but you can't really play the whole game doing only one or the other.
Right.
All right. So, well, good to know. So, Random Nerdy Guy asked, do you have top down? Is that like that top down view? That's something you have to unlock. You don't have it by default.
No, you get that by default. Pretty sure.
I'm assuming that's what he meant by, do you have top down yet, Lowest? Unless, do you have to play through a decent part of the game in order to get to the factory building?
No, you just play like a couple hours maybe.
Okay, so you can't just go straight into that. You do have to play the actual like core gameplay for a little bit in order to get to the factory.
Yeah, I don't remember how long it is, but it might even be longer than a couple hours, because the game progresses extremely slowly.
So they pad out the runtime.
Oh yeah, there's tons of cutscenes, tons of characters talking when a lot of the time they don't need to be. So, when I was streaming the game, I was mostly doing the main quest on stream, and then I was doing other stuff off stream.
Okay.
So the main quest, I felt like I was watching cutscenes more than actually playing, because it's one of those where like they want you to travel to the next region or next sub region, and then like you walk you fight a couple enemies, the characters start talking again. You walk a few steps, the characters start talking again. You fight some more enemies, the characters start talking again. It's just, there's so many cutscenes, and none of the characters are super interesting or say anything super interesting, so it gets really tedious after a while.
Okay, so the gameplay cutscene ratio seems to be on par with the Kojima game. From what I hear. I don't think I've ever actually played a Kojima game. But that's what I hear from a lot of people, is that's how it is. So, but Random Nerdy Guy said, Enfield has been insanely good at putting out quality of life patches, though. They aren't even waiting for patch cycle. Well, that's good to hear. So, but yeah, Tom Page said bullet sponges are frustrating. I get that. And he said he shared the stream. I saw a pop up on my iPad here saying that I probably because I'm following you, but I just didn't realize that your YouTube name and your Twitter name are very different. But I appreciate that. So thanks, Atomic Patriot. So okay, though, to be fair, there is a skip button. Genshin could never.
Oh yeah, Genshin does the same thing. It just does not. You cannot skip cutscenes in that game, but in
That's
Enfield
brutal.
you can. I don't skip cutscenes on my first playthroughs though. That's just not what I do. No matter how bad the story is, I want to experience the whole thing and see it for myself so I can actually judge it, you know?
Yeah, I'm very close. It has to be either of like the story has to be really, really, really atrociously bad for me to skip cutscenes on first playthrough, or a game that has a story but it's very inconsequential to the plot of the game, or the gameplay of the game, I should say, not necessarily the plot. So okay, all right. Anything else you wanted to mention on Arknight's Enfield?
I think that's about it. If you want a free to play time waster game, it's actually not a bad one to get into. Just keep your expectations low.
All right. Well, as for myself, I normally talk about this on Backlog Battling, but we haven't done it in a few weeks. So last night I streamed some. I finished. It was a much longer stream than I anticipated, but I did my first randomizer ever of 3 of my favorite games of all time, my 3 favorite Super Nintendo games. So I did a Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3 randomizer. I started it last week and I finished it last night, and that was a lot of fun. So that's one of the things that I've been playing lately, and that was cool to put a new spin on games that I've played, many, many, many times. But having one randomizer that randomizes stuff in all 3 games was a really cool thing, because the thing that really intrigued me about that when I discovered this randomizer is they mentioned it gives it a Metroidvania feel to it. And me and Metroidvanias, and stick that into Mega Man X, the Super Nintendo games, 3 of my favorite games of all time. I was like, I am there. So it was kind of cool figuring out, where I need to go to get this item that will allow me to progress in in a different level, and to get a new item. It was really cool. So I had a lot of fun with that. So, and
yeah,
then
I was listening in at work last night
okay,
for the Mega Man one.
I think you. I think I remember you mentioning something in chat briefly, but that was a lot of fun. So, my next that was the episode 2 of a new stream I started just last week, Retro Rewind, where I go and play retro games. So the next one of that won't be until probably March 18th. So it'll be about a month, and I'm not sure what I'll be playing next. But then the other thing I've been playing is I just finished, because I went through these 2 sets of games are kind of very similar in a lot of ways, where they both came out around the same time. They're really good games, medium budget, like AAA games, like very strong, like narrative focus, but good gameplay as well. And I had played the first one of each of them a number of years ago, back to back, and they both have sequels come out, and I hadn't played the sequels yet. So that is, 1 is the Hellblade games, and 2 is the Plague Tale games. So I played both of those back in like 2021, and they both had sequels come out within the last 2 years or so, and I hadn't played them. So I went back and played Hellblade 1, and then I immediately played Hellblade 2 for the first time. And then after that, I replayed Plague Tale, and then I immediately followed that up with Plague Tale 2 Requiem for the first time. And I actually just beat the story of that not last night, the night before. And those are both, I really enjoy both those games. I do like Plague Tale more, but I am not quite finished up with Plague Tale Requiem, because I still got 2 more achievements left. I'm very close. I most likely will finish those off tonight. But yeah, Plague Tale Requiem was a really, really good game. And it was one of those, like, the story was really good, and the ending just hit me like a ton of bricks. It has a very somber ending, and I just, the ending pops up, and it's got some very atmospheric music during the credits, and it gives you the option to skip the credits. But I just sat there like kind of in stunned silence for the entire time of the credits until it actually went back to the main menu on its own. I didn't actually skip the credits, and that's like almost never happens, just because I was like taking it all in, and it was a rough ending, but it was a really good game. So that's another thing that I've been playing recently. So, and then you pull up again that I'm not talking about to kind of throw me off. Is this Arknights?
This is what I should have been showing on screen this entire time, but I just forgot.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that you weren't playing anything while you were chatting about it. Lois does not do the combat justice.
True, to be honest.
Random nerdy guy.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I
don't
wasn't.
do combat justice.
I definitely was not that invested in the combat to, do it any justice. And I'm also like, I'm level 69 out of 90,
Nice.
so I'm not nowhere near like the level of other people that play the game.
Okay. So we also got Shining Diamond in chat. What's up, Shining Diamond? Says, will Chow at any of the Sonic games on stream?
Play any of the Sonic games?
I'm assuming he means will Chow play any of the Sonic games on stream? I don't know. That's a good question.
I literally beat all 10 endings of Shadow the Hedgehog on stream.
When was
Where
that?
were you? It's one of the best games ever made, so obviously it was a great stream.
That wasn't like, how long ago was that? That wasn't that long ago, right? That was somewhat recent.
So I did I played Shadow for my 1,000 subscriber special as kind of a meme. And then I ended up getting the rest of the endings. The 1,000 subscriber was back in November of 2024, I believe.
Okay, so that was
somewhere around there. Yeah, and then I got the rest of the endings in December of 2025.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I was like, I remember you talking about it on one of our top fives or something, and it wasn't that long ago. So okay,
yeah, something like that.
So about a year break between those streams. And you said that was on Shadow the Hedgehog, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I do plan on playing more on stream, so don't worry, it'll happen. And I'll be playing the good ones.
The good Sonic games?
Yeah.
All right. So
also, can I mention Shining Diamond, when he said, "Hey Lois," that got filtered out by YouTube's chat. You have to click on live chat to see it. It's so weird. YouTube is so dumb.
It is. It's so stupid. The automated. Like, I see it on Restream, but I don't have the stream pulled up on chat, or I don't have the YouTube chat pulled up, so I don't see what YouTube is doing. But that is absolutely retarded if it's censored that out of top chat. YouTube is stupid.
Yeah, and then Random Nerdy Guy says, "Lois, you ain't even at Wuling yet." Yes, I am.
I don't know what that means.
Wuling is the name of the second region in Arknights.
Ah, okay.
Which I've played part of that region on stream, so
there's proof of it.
I'm just showing a different part of the stream.
Are these all cat people?
Yeah, basically everyone's a different version of an animal person. There's like lizard people, cat people, dog people, all that.
Lizard people, huh?
Yep.
So, Shining Diamond says you need to play Knuckles.
Knuckles Chaotix. Yeah. I don't remember anything about that game. I've never played it.
I think I've even heard of that game. Are you sure it's
on
Chaotix and not Chowotix?
Chowtix.
Chowtix. It's funny why
what system did this release for?
Is a ch and sometimes it's a k.
Oh, it was released on the 32X.
The third? Oh, wow, that's way back. I never had any Sega consoles, so I'm not terribly familiar with a lot of the Sonic games. Yeah, I think I've only played like 2 or 3 of them.
And it looks like it's a 2D platformer similar to the other ones of that era. Maybe I'd like it.
I guess. Yeah, maybe I'll have to stream that. Determine how you like it. So,
question is, how do I access this game to play it? Because a 32x, there's probably a 32x emulator out there, but
I would assume so.
wonder if it's playable anywhere else.
I thought you were going to say, I wonder if it's Play Anywhere. It's like, I don't think that game's on Xbox. So let's see here. Sega 32X. There is a 30. Let's see here. Yeah, because there's a bunch of 32X games that have retro achievements. So there's definitely a 32X emulator. Let's see here. Can I search? Yeah, search by system. 32X. It's literally the first one in the list. Interesting. Yeah, looks like RetroArch, BizHawk, and Ray Liberto. I'm sure there's probably more than that, but that's just for those who care about retro achievements, those are the 3 emulators that support retro achievements on 32X. Oh, look at that. We got a sub from Nishi Does Gaming. Well, thank you, Nishi. I appreciate that.
Nice.
Welcome. So, and then a couple other things that I'm playing is on my Metroidvania Monday. I'm in the middle of Islets, and I am enjoying that game a lot. It is a very cozy game, and I plan to beat it on this upcoming Monday's Metroidvania Monday, but that is a wonderful, cutesy little game, and I have greatly enjoyed it. And then day before yesterday, or a couple days ago, I finished the Zelda game that I was working on. Since I started in October and took a break from it, and I finally got back to it. And I beat Oracle of Ages, and now I'm starting at the beginning, the very beginning, and I started the original NES Zelda, which I've never played before. So the last thing I did was I entered into the first dungeon. So those are kind of all the stuff I'm currently in the middle of, because I got a lot of Zelda games to get through, because the Wii launch for Retro Achievements is coming a month from today, and I want to be ready to play Twilight Princess on day 1, hopefully. I don't think I'm going to, because I got a lot of Zelda games to get through, but that's the goal.
I love Oracle of Ages, and I've attempted to play the 2 NES Zelda games, and I couldn't get into either one. I'm just like, I don't know, I'm too spoiled now. Like, they're so archaic and kind of a pain in the butt. So.
I will give it this. Me being a huge Metroid fan, being that it's my second favorite franchise, because I did the same thing with Metroid last year. I went back and played Metroid 1 and 2, the original versions on NES and Game Boy, which I'd never played before. Original Zelda on NES is far, far better than original Metroid on NES. I saw a stream just recently where someone asked the panelists, original NES Metroid or Metroid Zero Mission, and a bunch of them said original NES Metroid. I'm like, you are completely retarded, because that game is trash and Zero Mission is phenomenal. Anybody who picks OG Metroid over Zero Mission, I don't know what kind of drugs you're smoking, because the original NES Metroid is a terrible game.
It wasn't even a good game for back then either.
Exactly. I don't know how people like the original Metroid, and Metroid Zero Mission is my favorite 2D Metroid.
It's probably one of those things where people are just like, oh, they're used to the bad aspects of it because they played it so long ago. And
it's got to be the rose-tinted glasses, because it is not a good game. There's a lot of tweaks, because when I think I gave it, when I originally played it last year, I gave it like a 1 out of 10. It was terrible. There are so many slight little tweaks that you could make that would make it a drastically better game that could easily bump it up to like at least a 5 out of 10. So, but Craig Lance, wasn't that the Jeremy that said that about the NES? Yeah, it was Tuesday night's main event. That's that they were talking about that, and I was like, you guys are freaking insane if you would take NES Metroid over Zero Mission. I can't take you serious.
I could say the same to anyone who would take the NES Zelda over any of the later ones as well. Like, NES Zelda was actually a decent game, though.
Yeah, exactly. It's a decent game, but
at the same time,
the hour I put into it, I would no way pick that over basically anything more recent than that. Although, like I said, I haven't played Zelda 2 yet, but that is on the to-do list.
Yeah, pretty much everything that came out after the NES was better in every way possible, basically. So
yeah,
I
I
don't know.
agree. So, but random nerdy guy says, "Bro, never done Twilight Princess." I have. It's my second favorite Zelda behind Ocarina of Time. It is, and it's like neck and neck. Twilight Princess is phenomenal. I just haven't played it in a long time, so I'm very much looking forward to playing through it again for the first time in a long time, and be able to get retro achievements for it while I do it.
Yeah, I streamed Twilight Princess HD as well.
That's Twilight Princess HD. That's Wii U.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Because I often hear people complain, like, they've ported some of the recent-ish Zelda games to Switch, but not all of them. And Twilight Princess is usually the one that people are clamoring for. Because I do know they ported Skyward Sword, which I was disappointed in, but it's still a decent game. But I hear that most of my complaints with it were addressed in the HD version for Switch. Same thing with Wind Waker. I have some issues with Wind Waker, but I hear that they were addressed in the Wind Waker HD, and I think that's also Wii U. Is that right?
Yeah.
So those are the ones that I hear often. It's like, bring Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD to Switch. It's like, I would probably buy both of them if they did.
Yeah, Wind Waker HD was really good. Really, really good remaster. Twilight Princess HD is not very different from the original, though. Especially if you played the original on GameCube like I did, then it's not very different. Really, the only difference, like, everything's upscaled, obviously, but then there's also a little extra dungeon you can do as Wolf Link that's not very interesting. So,
okay, because
I didn't even bother.
I've not played the GameCube version, but I do plan to play the GameCube version at some point. I have the Wii version of Twilight Princess. It was basically the reason why I got a Wii. But there's like Twilight Princess is just such an excellent game. There's not really other than better textures and higher resolution. There's not really a whole lot that needs to be done to the game to make it any better because it was already so fantastic. Whereas Wind Waker definitely needed some quality of life improvements, but not in the graphics department. It already looked like a great game. And they did from what I hear, they did make those adjustments in the HD version. I just haven't played it. So, yeah. Basically, other than the original Zelda 1 and 2, I did now just start playing the original Zelda, but I've only played it for like an hour. But I do plan to get through it and 2. The only mainline Zelda that I haven't played are Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I've basically played everything from Super Nintendo to Wii. So
I'll probably play Majora's Mask on stream next time I do a Zelda game.
On my retro rewind, one of the things that I want to do is I want to play through some of these Zelda games that I haven't played in many years, like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. But in addition to that, I want to do a bunch of the ROM hacks that I've been compiling because I've got a crap load of them for various games, and it'll be fun to play some of these ROM hacks on stream. And because there's not a lot of these ones don't have there's not a whole lot out there, so it'll be nice to kind of experience something that I'm familiar with, but with a new twist on it. So that'll be a lot of fun. So
and one thing I wanted to mention, but we got off track real quick. Islets, I actually played that on stream.
Oh, did you? How did you like it?
It was pretty good. I think there's a hard mode in it, isn't there?
Not that I've seen, but maybe it's after you beat it, you unlock a hard mode. I don't know.
I vaguely remember playing that on hard mode, but I could be thinking of something else. I don't know. But yeah, I did beat it. I think I 100%ed it as well.
If there is a hard mode, there's not an achievement for it, because if there was, I would have started on hard mode unless it wasn't unlocked by default. But I'm a good chunk of the way. I think my in-game tracker says I'm at like 70% of the way through the game. So I think I should be able to finish it up on this upcoming Monday. The only thing is the reason why I ended my stream, it was a little bit shorter than I normally do, because I normally go about 3 or 4 hours, and I did about 2.5 hours. And it's because I got stuck, and I was like, I have no idea where to go because there's a question. I went to the little guy that you can buy hints from, and it'll put a question mark on your map to tell you where to go next.
Mm.
I don't know how it's possible to get to where I need to go. So I was like, you know what? I'm really hungry. So I'm going to go eat, and then I'll figure this out so that next Monday's stream, I'll know where to go and we can continue on our way. So I just need to figure out how to get there because I've exhausted every option. I'm like, I don't know how to get where I need to go. But yeah, it's been a really great game, and it's like I said, I really enjoy it. And if you aren't a enjoyer of Metroidvanias, I think it'd be a great way to dip your toe in the sea of Metroidvanias because it's very user friendly. It's not too combat heavy based, and there is a guy that if you don't want hints, you want to figure it out where to go on your own, you can do that. But there's a guy that'll sell you a hint. We'll put a little question mark on your map that'll kind of guide you where you need to go. It's not very long, and it's just been a really enjoyable game. So,
it looks like I did play it on hard mode.
Oh, okay. So there is a hard mode. So there just must not be a looking at the achievements, there's an achievement for beating the boss rush on hard mode, but there's no achievement for beating the game on hard mode. So do you know if the hard mode applies to the main game or just the boss rush, or is it both? Do you know?
Nope. This was when did I play this? May 19th, 2024.
Okay, so
I don't remember
getting
a whole
close
lot.
to 2 years ago. But I'm doing that on stream right now. That's fun.
From what I remember, the game was not super difficult.
Yeah, it's not.
So
the only time I've ever
anyone
really
can pick it up and play it
is during a couple of the boss fights. Yeah, it's very pretty beginner friendly.
Yeah.
So and yeah, Shining Diamond says, yeah, but at the end of the game, you see Samus in a bikini. Totally worth it. That's if you do it fast enough. Assuming we're talking about the original Metroid. And you can see her in a bikini in 8-bit graphics. Oh, yeah. So,
this man is a gooner. But he's my gooner.
Twilight Princess on Wii U, not HD, but the Wii version. That's the one that I got as well. Because oddly enough, because it was originally being developed as a GameCube game, but it launched as a Wii launch title. And it actually didn't come out on GameCube until about a week later. So despite it being developed for GameCube, it came out on Wii first. So, and Craig Lando says, I'm shocked they haven't ported Twilight Princess to Switch like they did with Skyward Sword. Exactly. Everyone's like, what are you doing? Why do you report the one after it, but not the one before it? I'd be happy to pick it up again for a remaster with some better not better controls, because I don't mind the motion controls, just with some better resolution and textures would be nice. Said the controls feel very different, I think, if you're using a gamepad over the remote and nunchuck. I would assume so, but I haven't played it, so the controller version, the GameCube version yet. Crazy Lando says Dragon Roost Island from Wind Waker is one of the best Zelda music tracks ever. That's hard to disagree with. That is such a great track. So
it is a really good song.
But because I only played Wind Waker once, because I was one of the ones where it's, when we were looking forward to the next Zelda on GameCube, and Space World 2000 showed us this awesome video of Link fighting Ganon in this dark castle, and then Space World 2001, they show Toon Link. WTF is this? So the only reason why I bought Wind Waker is because it came with a pre-order bonus of getting Ocarina of Time Master Quest, and I believe, it's still right there. Ocarina of Time Master Quest, and there's my Wind Waker, and there's my Twilight Princess, and my Skyward Sword. But yeah, that's the only reason why I bought Wind Waker, was for the Master Quest of Ocarina of Time. But I did play Wind Waker, but I only played it once because I did not greatly enjoy it. So I am kind of looking forward to playing it again very soon for the first time, basically since it came out. So
I think I've played it a total of 4 times, twice on GameCube and then twice on the Wii U.
Okay.
Which includes my stream of it. That would have been the second playthrough.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not planning on playing them on stream because I'm on a very tight time frame. But because Ocarina of Time and I probably still will do like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask and Twilight Princess on stream. But I usually do like once a week or once every 2 weeks if it's gonna be the retro rewind streams, and I don't play it at all off stream because I'm on a tight time frame. I'm going to be playing that all off stream, but eventually I will probably do it on stream on probably like a different version. So like Ocarina of Time, there's like because I do retro achievements. There's like 4 versions of Ocarina of Time that have achievements, so I can play it multiple times and get achievements for it every time. So I'm looking forward to that. So he says, no Breath of the Wild. No, I have not played Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. I will play them eventually, but I don't really have much desire to because they've totally changed directions on how the game plays. And it's become this giant open world slog, essentially. That's like 100+ hours at minimum. And I got so many other games that I'd rather play that are on a more tighter time frame. So I will play them eventually. It will probably be a long time till I get around to playing the Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. Tears, I get Breath of the Wild is peak. And
if you're an achievement hunter, then those games are going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, that's probably, dude and I have said this, because he hasn't played them either. He and I will probably play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom whenever those eventually get retro achievements down the line. I will finally go ahead and finally play them at that point, but unlikely I'll play them before that. But yeah,
I would not recommend going for all the achievements in that, but you probably will do it anyway.
Do those games have in-game achievements? Because
no.
That's one of the things why I don't really play much Nintendo anymore, is because they don't have achievements for anything. But that's why I've been loving retro achievements, because we can put it in ourselves essentially. If you're not going to do it, we'll do it for you.
Yeah, once the retro achievements come out for those games, they're going to be like there's going to be some crazy stuff in there probably.
Yeah,
I'm sure probably going to take you hundreds of hours.
I'm sure there's going to be an achievement for getting all the Korok seeds. So
probably.
But yeah, I'll finally play it at that point. But yeah, all the most of my Zelda fan friends have also have not really enjoyed Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom either. So that also has heavily dissuaded me from playing them.
I like them though. I don't. They're not good examples of like Zelda games because of how much they've changed, but they're still super fun, and I liked playing both of them.
Yeah, I'll probably enjoy them for the most part. It's just they've just diverged from the Zelda formula so much.
And the funny thing, a lot of people are going to say, "Oh, they didn't diverge anything because it's similar to the original Zelda," but I don't know. The original Zelda is like a lot of the older games are built off of the original Zelda too. So,
like I said, I haven't played Zelda 2 yet. I will be soon.
Oh,
but
no,
in the
TOO, not number 2.
Okay. But the hour or so that I played of the original Zelda, just yesterday or the day before, it feels like all the other Zeldas that I played growing up. You got kind of like this overworld sort of thing, and then you go into these dungeons, and like a proper dungeon. Although like I said, I've only gotten into the dungeon. I haven't done it yet. I just walked in, and that's where I ended playing for the day. But I know Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom doesn't have proper dungeons. They just have shrines, which is one of the big complaints I hear from a lot of Zelda fans.
Tears of the Kingdom does have actual proper dungeons, but they're not super impressive.
Okay. Yeah, so though mainly because of the game breaking glitches, boomy zoomies are just too fun. Crazy Lano says the thing is I first heard the Dragon Roost Island music in Smash Brawl. Okay, but I recognize the art style because I did play Wind Waker for like 20 minutes at a friend's house when I was like 7. Oh, that's what I was gonna say about Dragon Roost Island, because I've only played it once. If I had heard the music, and you asked me what game was this from, I'd be like, it sounds like it could be Zelda music, but I probably wouldn't have been able to tell you. The reason why I'm very familiar with the music now is because of the Melee Games away screen. And whenever I hear that music, it's like Pavlov's dogs. It's like, oh, I hear this music and I think of sexy ladies.
Oh yeah.
So, but yeah, so nah, minimum is 2 hours. Breath of Wild, min percent glitch, less is small. That's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, of course, there's speedrunners who can beat like these crazy long games in like minutes. I'm talking about like, actually playing the full game and getting the full experience out of it, which, being a completionist, I would go and do everything there is to do in the game, and that's going to take a while. So, maybe I'm a normie, but I love Breath of the Wild. Still haven't beaten Tears yet, but but the last boss and just outskill Ganon. Oh, it jumped on me as I was reading that. But I love Breath of the Wild. Still haven't beaten Tears yet, but I put a lot of hours in it. Okay. Open world means you can point and the last boss and just outskill Ganon. Okay.
Yeah, if you go straight to Ganon, like
That I do
as soon
think
as you
that's a
do
pretty cool thing. Is you can start the game and go straight to the last boss if you want to. I do think that is a pretty cool thing because not a lot of games do that. It'll allow you to go and fight the final boss right at the beginning if you want to. It's like you got to go through all this stuff before you can even access the last boss.
There's probably going to be an achievement for that once the retro achievements come out. Just saying.
Possibly something that sadistic would probably be in a subset because a lot of times people will develop like retardedly difficult sets of achievements, but it's a subset, so you have to like opt into it essentially. So it's not part of the main set because main sets, I don't want to say for the most part are doable by everyone, but because there are still a lot of achievements in the main sets that are very difficult that most people won't get. But the stuff that's like sadistically hard like that, it's rare that those sorts of things make it into the main set. Those are usually reserved for some sort of subset. So I wouldn't be surprised on that one either way though, because that could go either way in a game like that. So we'll see. It'll probably be a while since we're only getting Wii support, in a month from now, and GameCube launched about a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. So it's the supporting of more recent consoles doesn't come at a very fast rate. So it'll probably still be a long time until we get support for Wii U or Switch. So
They don't have Wii U yet?
no, Wii is launching next month, so who knows how long it'll be till Wii U gets support. And I don't even know, like, with the whole like separate gamepad thing, it'll be curious. Do you happen to know if there are any Wii U emulators? I'm assuming that there are, but I don't know how that would work.
There's a pretty competent one actually.
Okay.
And that's how most people played Breath of the Wild on PC, was via the Wii U emulator.
Okay. So
I think there's like a bunch of mods for the game, that version of the game as well. And then eventually, once they got Switch working, then they moved on to that one. I think, but I don't know for sure because I haven't really touched it. My PC, I've tried to run Switch emulator, it just crashes. So.
Okay. Yeah, the Wii is the most recent thing I've tried emulating, and because Dolphin does a really good job of GameCube and Wii games, but they're going to have to do a separate emulator when they start working on Wii U support, and they'll have to, first patch in retro achievement support to that emulator, in addition to getting the games to work and how to program retro achievements for Wii U games. So that'll probably be a good number of years from now till we get Wii U support. So. But Nerdy Guy says Breath of the Wild doesn't have achievements. What? I'm assuming it doesn't, since Nintendo doesn't do achievements. But I do know there are some games on like Switch that have built-in achievements from the developers, but that there's no overall achievement system like on Xbox, where all Xbox games have achievements. So maybe it has in-game achievements. I don't know. I haven't played it. So, but says now the dungeon stuff is way different, entirely optional, unless you're doing canon percent. But yeah, exactly, because you can go straight to the boss if you want to. All the other stuff is basically optional. If you play Breath of the Wild as the story suggests, it is decently similar to traditional Zelda. Okay, there are a few proper dungeons in Breath of the Wild. The Divine Beasts exist. Thank you very much. Like I said, I know very little about it.
The Divine Beasts are technically Zelda dungeons. They just feel different. So
I
But
love. He's like,
you
God dang it!
progress
Now I
and
want to go replay the whole game.
yep. The divine beasts, you actually do progress through them very similar to regular Zelda dungeons. So
Okay.
they just like they're not like temples or typical dungeons. So people don't usually think of them as traditional Zelda dungeons, but they technically are.
Okay. Because yeah, like a divine beast. It's like that doesn't sound like a dungeon. Is it? I know the game I haven't played, but I know more. I know how the game plays. Is the divine beasts anything like Shadow of the Colossus?
No.
Okay.
No, Shadow of the Colossus, those are basically just puzzle bosses.
Yeah. So
I'm
yeah.
trying to think of if there's another Zelda dungeon that's similar. But one's not really coming to mind. I think the closest that I can think of is like the sand ship from Skyward Sword, because that one's like a moving object. That's a dungeon,
Okay.
technically. That's basically what the divine beasts are. They're like moving, walking dungeons.
Oh, okay. Now I got a better idea of what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes a little more sense. Okay.
Or I guess you could also compare it to Jabu Jabu's belly.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Although he's not really moving around while you're doing it, but yeah, you go inside
Yeah,
him both in Ocarina of Time, and I completely forgot that he's also a dungeon in Oracle of Ages because I hadn't played Oracle of Ages since I had it as a kid. So this is almost like a first replay because I haven't played it in 25 years. It's been a long time.
Did you like that dungeon?
That was actually my least favorite.
Yeah, that's about to be expected. Yeah, it's one of the worst dungeons in the game.
I got lost and spent so much time in the dungeon because I'm like, how do I get to the third floor? And how do I, you have to keep. It's kind of like the water temple in Ocarina of Time, where you got to keep raising and lowering the water level. But
yeah, that's basically what it is. It's the water temple, but 2D.
Yeah, it's the
and
2D water
it's
temple.
pretty bad. But
I don't have anywhere near as much
appreciate it,
issue
though.
with the water temple in Ocarina of Time, just because I played it so many times that I know where to go. But yeah, I just got lost and spent so much time because it took me forever to figure out how to get where I needed to go in Jabu Jabu's in Oracle of Ages.
Yeah, I do kind of appreciate the Oracle of Ages one just because of how much of a challenging puzzle it was. Which not a lot of Zelda games get to that level of like puzzle challenge, I guess.
Oh,
and I wish more of them would.
because
like
the one that it made me think of from another 2D Zelda game that is my favorite, or 2D Zelda essentially, is Link's Awakening. It reminds me of the Eagle Tower because you have to.
Yeah, I remember getting stumped on Eagle's Tower back in the day too.
But that one, the way it was laid out, it was easier to follow than Oracle of Ages Jabu Jabu's belly, in my opinion. But that could just be because I played Link's Awakening so many times. Where, like I said, I've only played Oracle of Ages maybe like 3, and they were all 20 plus years ago. So, yeah, Crazy Leon said they put a bunch of my childhood tropical tracks in their Be Right Back screen. Oh, talking about, Melee games, Be Right Back screen.
Yeah.
From Sonic Heroes, Dragon Roost, Mario Kart, Double Dash. There's a lot of these times where that's the only place I've heard this music, and then I hear the music in the actual game. I'm like, oh, that's what game it's from. Because there was another one like that with there's a song in there. I think it's from Banjo-Kazooie, and I actually saw some gameplay of the game, and I heard that song that they had in their Be Right Back screen. I'm like, oh, I had no idea that song was from Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, the Treasure Trove Cove song.
That probably, I don't know what it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it kills a man. But Random Nerdy I said Breath of the Wild ain't retro yet. I agree. People like, that's a whole nother discussion, but like the topic of what is retro, in my opinion, because a lot of people say it's like once it's 20 years old, it's retro. It doesn't matter how old, like the 360 is now over 20 years ago because it came out in November of 2005. It doesn't matter how old the 360 is; it's never going to be retro to me. It's got to be my N64 PS1 era is kind of borderline, but for me, like retro would be like 32-bit and older. That's kind of like the borderline for me. I would really say 16-bit and older.
I actually don't think 20 years is a bad barometer for that. My thing though is that 20 years ago, like you said, you have the 360 and the PS3. Playing those systems is still like very similar to how we play games today, with like the online and how consoles work. They're still work almost exactly the same as the consoles we have today. So it's hard to consider that retro. Like, in order for me to think of something as retro, it has to feel retro or feel different to how we do things today. So what I consider retro is 6th gen and previous, because there's no online. Those were the days where you actually bought the game, it was actually complete. You didn't have to worry about updates or anything like that.
Because people reference like generation numbers, like I have no idea which generation is what. So 6th gen, which generation is that?
PS2, Xbox, GameCube, and previous. That's what I consider retro.
Okay, I still think that some of those are too new because, using 360 as an example, like my favorite game ever, Mass Effect 3, and I still play it on a regular basis. It definitely doesn't feel retro. But I guess I could see it for GameCube, Xbox, PS2, but one of my other favorite games of all time, Ninja Gaiden Black, was an original Xbox game. That game still looks phenomenal. It's an original Xbox game. It does not feel retro. Original Halo, it does not feel retro to me.
There's never going to be a clear definition for this, but like the way I think about it is, if you think of the term modern gaming, like what does modern gaming entail? Basically everything that started on the 360 PS3.
That's true.
So I don't consider those retro. The Wii is kind of a weird one because it's kind of like in between. Yeah, there was a ton of online stuff on the Wii, but most of the games you play on the Wii were just offline only, and you put the game in and it works.
Yeah, the online services for the Wii were pretty terrible.
Yeah, they existed, but
it's like I played Smash Brawl online a couple times. It wasn't too bad, but there was no way to communicate with the people you're playing with, and I don't remember if Discord existed at the time, because if it did, I didn't know about it. The way we played Smash Brawl online was we all got in the Xbox party chat, and we were chatting over Xbox Live while playing Smash Bros. Brawl.
Yeah, I think Discord was mid 2010s when it came out, so it wouldn't have existed.
Yeah. So, the fact that it was a online title or console, it's like, was it really though? So that could be kind of like the in between.
Yep.
So, but anyway, as I said, Breath of the Wild ain't retro yet. I agree. It ain't even a decade old. Also, there ain't no hardware improvements to revamp the game with yet. Breath of the Wild is on Switch 2. They ain't gonna revamp it. Yeah, I don't necessarily need a revamp. I just want more of an incentive to play it. That being an achievement list. So divine beasts are corrupted, and you have to board them, activate terminals to free them, and then destroy the blight boss inside them. And we lost Lois for just a second because Restream is being dumb.
I'm back.
So they don't even look divine, but I guess technology like that and Zelda would feel divine for the universe. Yeah, it's like what was that term? Like anything technologically advanced enough to an untechnologically advanced society feels like magic. So yeah. And then Treasure Trove Cove track is amazing too for Banjo-Kazooie. And it depends on hardware improvements. Yeah, they were there. Discord was 2017 or 18, I think. So, all right. All right. Well, that was a good little chit chat. If you think now's a good time to get into our topics, I guess, and unless there's anything else that you wanted to mention.
I don't think so. I mean, we could go on about Zelda for a long time, but
We could. Let's see here. Because we did top 5 Zelda games. That was our 3rd episode of top 5, but I don't think I knew you back then, so you haven't been on top 5 Zelda games.
No, I was not on there, but I put my top 5 in the comments. I think.
Okay. I have a couple people that. Oh, you know what? I don't have you on the list here. I do have some people that I do want to do another a part 2 of Zelda games, get a new panel on. So I'll have to get you on for that one at some point.
Yeah, I could be on that one.
So, all right. So you said you brought some topics tonight that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I was gonna lead into one of them based on what we were talking about, but it's too far gone at this point, I think.
Missed the segue.
I think so. Oh,
But what you got?
Okay. I want to talk about the showcases that we've had recently.
Okay.
Have you seen did you see the Xbox one?
Yes, I did watch that one.
Did you see the Nintendo Partner Direct?
No, I did not see a single thing from that one.
Did you see the Sony State of Play?
I didn't watch it, but I caught a lot of the highlights afterwards.
Okay. Well, we don't need to talk about the Nintendo one because what is there to talk about?
Was there anything worthwhile mentioned in the Nintendo Direct?
No. So it was like, I want to say 70% was like ports of older games.
Not necessarily a bad thing because
it's not a bad thing, but for a showcase,
yeah, that's a good point.
Like, it was I mean, you don't go into Nintendo Partner Directs expecting to see a whole lot anyway, but some of the games should be new and some of them were, but most of them weren't. So it felt like a complete waste of time. And the ones that were technically new games were games that we've already seen somewhere else before. Like in other showcases or something like that.
Okay, not like being ported to Nintendo from other consoles, but just they've already mentioned them in other sort of showcase.
Yeah, so like they led with the first game. I forget what it's called. It's actually on K's most anticipated games. And I keep forgetting the name of the game.
Is it... You're kind of distracting me here with the Islets gameplay still. Did you want to keep that up?
I can turn that off. That's not relevant anymore, so...
yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. It's a very, very Japanese game.
Yeah, it's got like the retro anime art style. Orbitals, yeah, that's the game. That's the one they led with. They led with that game, which great. That game looks pretty good.
Already been announced.
Yeah, and it's a Switch 2 exclusive. But yeah, it was already announced. We'd already seen it before. So they're showing that again.
Although when they announced it, they just showed a quick little trailer of it. Did they give it on this showcase? Did they give any more information about the game? Kind of go into the gameplay a little bit, or was it just basically rehashing what's already been announced?
I haven't been paying attention to the game super close, so I can't really answer that.
Okay.
But I think it looks good. So it's not a bad game to lead with, but that was probably like the best thing that they showed. Like if you are a Switch 2 owner and you want something that's makes your Switch 2 feel worth it, I guess. That's the only thing there.
Which I am not.
Yeah, and I'm not either.
One. I was going to say, I don't remember if you said you had a Switch 2 or not.
No.
You do not.
I'll probably get one eventually before the price eventually skyrockets or inevitably skyrockets because of the whole RAM crisis and all that. Which, Neo froze.
Yeah. I hear it cutting in and out, but I'm able to pick up most of what you're saying. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe it's just Restream being buggy today. I don't know.
It could be. But I was saying, before December last year, or well, not December because it got announced. It was but basically before it got its official announcement, with that being Metroid Prime 4, being that Metroid is my second favorite franchise of all time. I was very excited for Metroid Prime 4. And had it been a Switch 2 exclusive, given my current situation, I probably wouldn't have been able to pick one up, but that would have been something that would have pushed me to get a Switch 2, despite how lackluster the game was. Although I would have wanted to get a Switch 2 to play Prime 4 if it was a Switch 2 exclusive. But if I hadn't gotten a Switch 2 and I heard about the game, after the fact, I probably would not be in a rush to pick up a Switch 2 to play it. Fortunately, they released it on both Switch 1 and Switch 2, so I was able to pick up the game without having to upgrade to a Switch 2. So, and probably the one thing that would potentially push me to a Switch 2 would be if we get a Metroid 6, sequel to Metroid Dread, and it's a Switch 2 exclusive, which I doubt it, because there's no reason why a Dread sequel shouldn't be able to run on a Switch 1. That could potentially push me to a Switch 2. But there's not a lot that's going to interest me and make me upgrade to a Switch 2 at any time soon.
Yeah, once they announce a new Zelda, that's going to be the thing.
Yeah, if it's more of Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, which it probably will, because those have sold I think Breath of the Wild has doubled Tears of the Kingdom sales, but Breath of the Wild sales is far and away the highest selling Zelda game. So I don't foresee them going back to the old formula anytime soon. If they did, that would definitely entice me to a Switch 2. If whatever, this theoretical Zelda game is, if that was a Switch 2 exclusive, that could also entice me to upgrade to a Switch 2. But if it's just more of Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, that would not entice me to a Switch 2.
Yeah, I don't remember where I've heard this or if this is just a rumor or something, but the next Zelda game is supposed to be them actually moving on from that setting. And I hope that's true, because I'm tired of it.
Yeah, because Tears of the Kingdom is actually a direct sequel to Breath of the Wild, right?
Yep.
I think the only other time that's actually happened was Majora's Mask to Ocarina of Time, right? Pretty much all the other ones are kind of standalone games.
And I believe Zelda 2 might also be. But
how much does to the original?
Yeah, but how much does the story matter in the NES games anyway? So
I don't know, but I will. I'll be able to tell you that soon. I just don't know yet.
Spirit Tracks is a sequel to Phantom Hourglass,
but that's true.
They are set 100 years apart.
Okay. Speaking of that, I forgot about Spirit Tracks. That's actually one that I haven't played either. But
Neo's breaking up now.
I don't consider that to be a mainline. Given that they are, but it disappeared, so I think I'm back.
Man,
do you know if Spirit Tracks and Phantom Hourglass have any connection to Wind Waker, or is it just the art style is identical, but there's no actual connection? Direct connection.
Hold on, let me pull up the Zelda timeline.
Convoluted.
No, I think they are. I think they are actually sequels to Wind Waker as well. They happened years and years and years after Wind Waker, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I only vaguely remember Phantom Hourglass, but I remember it looks exactly like Wind Waker, just in a isometric, sort of a top-down perspective.
Right. Yeah, but there's a bunch of games that have adapted that art style. So I think it's just Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks that are sequels to Wind Waker. The others, Minish Cap, has the same art style, sort of. And Four Swords and Four Sword Adventures both have the Toon Link art style as well.
Yeah, that's true. But they're not really connected directly.
Speaking of which, I'm actually not a big fan of that art style, because I was also one of those back in the day where when I saw it, I'm like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, you wanted the more mature Link, and then they went with this childish Toon Link.
And yeah, and it grew on me though, but at the same time, the other games' art styles are just better.
Yeah, I do think that stylistically wise, I do think that even though I think Ocarina of Time is, a light years better game than not Majora's Mask, because that is in my top 5 as well. Wind Waker, I do think graphically wise, Wind Waker has aged better aesthetically than Ocarina of Time. I mean, they are on different pieces of hardware. Obviously, Wind Waker's GameCube and
Mhm.
Ocarina of Time was N64, but I still think Wind Waker still looks far better than Ocarina of Time does. Although I
think,
prefer the Ocarina of Time art style to Wind Waker's, but I think Wind Waker is objectively a better looking game.
Oh yeah, if you look at like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, the concept art and the art style of the drawings of the characters and the cover art and stuff like that. If they could bring that art style to life, that would be amazing.
Yes, exactly.
But they've never actually tried to do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, closest would be Twilight Princess, which is why it's my second favorite behind Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, and I also think that Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask have actually aged very well. If you go back into those games and pay attention to like the lighting and the like atmosphere of each zone, they nail it. They really nail it.
Yeah.
Ocarina of Time still, like, I consider that to be one of the best examples of game lighting in gaming history, but it's just me.
It is impressive,
especially
the lighting for such an old piece of hardware.
Yeah, it's shocking how good the lighting is in that game.
I remember noticing that as a kid when Navi was flying around and my shadows moved opposite, where Navi was. It's like I remember noticing that as a kid. So, but yeah, like I think we talked about this on a somewhat recent-ish episode of Party Chat, but like what's a game that you would love to see get a remaster and done properly? And I don't know which one I would pick as my number one, but my top 2 picks is I would love to see Ocarina of Time remastered where everything stays exactly the same. It's just basically a facelift. And basically someone is doing that sort of because someone is rebuilding segments of Ocarina of Time in Unreal Engine 5 and it looks amazing. As long as like that's all it is an upgrade in textures and stuff, and you don't actually change the gameplay or the story or anything, I would basically kill for a remaster. And people are like, Ocarina of Time 3D exists. Like, no, that is not a proper remaster, and that's on a 3DS. That does not count. And then my other one,
I hate the 3DS.
I never had a 3DS, so that's another thing where I do want to play Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask 3D, but I won't probably get around to playing those until 3DS has retro achievement support. But the other number one, like I said, it'd be a toss-up, but Ocarina of Time with a modern remake where it looks good, but everything else is, not throwing any modern agenda into it. Just it looks gorgeous. That would be, and a Metroid Dread art style gameplay laid onto Super Metroid. If it was Super Metroid, but it looked like Metroid Dread and played like Metroid Dread, I would probably have to pick Super Metroid Remastered, just because I'm a bigger fan of Metroid than I am of Zelda. But those would be my 2 number 1 picks for games to get a proper remaster.
As long as they don't put that parry system in.
Yeah, I would say, that doesn't belong in a Super Metroid Remaster.
They put that in the Metroid 2 remake, didn't they?
In the 3DS one on Samus Returns, that's where it originated from, was from Metroid to Samus Returns on 3DS, and then they brought that forward into Metroid Dread because Mercury Steam did both of those games.
I don't know how I feel about that, but I also haven't played that version, so...
that's the one version of Metroid 2 I have not played either. I played the original on AM2R, but I will play the Samus Returns, the 3DS version eventually.
AM2R is awesome.
AM2R is great.
In fact, that's the reason why I didn't play Samus Returns, is because I played that like right before that game got announced.
I've heard from,
or maybe it was right after. I don't remember. It was around that time frame.
I've heard from many people that AM2R is the best version of Metroid 2. I played the original and I played AM2R. I've not played Samus Returns, so I can't say. But it's the original Game Boy version Metroid 2 gets a lot of hate, but it's a drastically better game than the original NES Metroid.
Oh, absolutely.
So I like it, and I just replayed it again just last month, because I got the last achievement I was missing from when I played it on stream last year, and so now I have all the retro achievements for Metroid 2, which was shout out to Dude, he wrote those achievements, and that one achievement I was missing was the speedrun achievement for beating it in under 3 hours. So I just did that recently, and I I liked it again. I enjoyed it, so I don't have no disdain for Metroid 2, but on the grand scheme of Metroid games, it's definitely in the lower tier, but it's a drastically better game than the original. But so saying
Absolutely.
AM2R is better than original Metroid 2 is like, well, yeah, no, duh. But comparing it to Nintendo's official Metroid 2 remake, Samus Returns on 3DS, I've heard a lot of people say it's still better than that one, but I haven't played that one yet, so I can't make a judgment on that. But AM2R is a great game, and I like it better than Super Metroid.
That's a little crazy, but that's okay.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will call it heresy, especially me being a huge Metroid being my second favorite franchise, and people are like, oh, Super Metroid is the greatest game ever. It's like, it's good, it's not great, and that's why I would like to see a remaster, because there's a couple of things that they could adjust that would address my issues with it. Like, it's a great game, but there's a number of things that need tweaking to make it a great game, and they could fix those with a remaster. Because my biggest hang up is that the Game Boy Advance games have better controls with less buttons than Super Metroid does on Super Nintendo with more buttons.
Yeah, I can't deny that.
So, but yeah.
Super Metroid does feel different too. It's a bit more floaty than the Game Boy Advance games are.
Well, Fusion is still pretty floaty. Probably not quite as floaty as Super Metroid, but yeah, Super Metroid is quite floaty. Zero Mission is, I would say, is not floaty. You feel a lot weightier in Zero Mission than you do in both Fusion and Super Metroid. But I know exactly what you're talking about. You are quite floaty. Not that I have an issue with that, but it does just feel kind of odd when you're
I think it
floaty
throws
in a suit of armor.
It throws people off, I think.
Yeah, my biggest issue is just the controls. I have a couple other issues with. That's my main one with Super Metroid.
So how about that Nintendo Partner Direct?
Oh, we got another subscriber, Donna Hall. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome, Donna Hall. Appreciate the sub. So right before we continue on that, Crazy Lando says Ocarina has a GameCube port with a Master Quest edition, which makes the game harder. That's exactly what I was talking about. That is this one right here. And it has the original. It's just one disc, but it has the original game on it, and it has Master Quest. So when you boot it up, it asks you which version do you want to play. And like, this is why I bought Wind Waker, because this was the pre-order bonus for Wind Waker. And that's what, like I was saying earlier, how I'm going to be playing different versions of Ocarina of Time, because there's like 4 versions that have achievements. So there's like the original release, there's this version, there's the collector's edition, and eventually once 3DS gets support, then the Ocarina of Time 3D will have retro achievements as well, but that one doesn't exist yet. But I'm pretty sure there's one more version that I'm forgetting. But yeah, and Smash Bros.
That. Oh, I was going to say we had that Ocarina of Time as well. I would say it's overall it is harder, like figuring out the.
Dang it! Stop it, restream. All right, as you were saying,
and I was planning on paying for this crap eventually. It's gonna do this. Might as well just give up on it. But anyway, I was gonna say, Master Quest is overall harder, but there were some dungeons that I thought were easier, like the Water Temple. I thought the Water Temple was way easier in Master Quest.
So I'm looking forward to playing it again, because I only played Master Quest once back, like immediately when I got this. So it's been 20 plus years since I played it. I do remember liking it, and I don't remember any of them being easier, but I know people are saying like, oh, Master Quest is the game but harder. I don't remember any of the combat being any different. just remember that the dungeons were mixed up with different like
Mhm.
puzzles and stuff, and I don't remember being that much more difficult. Maybe like
Yeah, the
slightly harder, but not that much. It was just nice to play it again with new things to figure out. Just after having played it dozens and dozens of times.
Yep, the combat's exactly the same, but there are like more enemies in certain places, I think.
Okay.
That's probably it. Like the bosses are all exactly the same, so I think they changed that.
That's what it was. So there's when I was talking about the retro achievements for Ocarina of Time. So there's the original N64 version, and both versions, the GameCube version and the Master Quest version, have their own sets of achievements. That's what it is.
Oh boy.
Plus the collector's edition. So once 3DS gets support, then there'll be 5 versions of Ocarina of Time with achievements. That's what it was. So I'm looking forward to playing it, all 5 of those times essentially. But Great Lando said Smash Bros on 3DS and Luigi's Mansion, Dark Moon, and Mario 3D Land were the only games I remember playing a lot on the 3DS. So, okay, yeah.
Oh boy,
Samus Returns is the number 1 3DS game I do want to play. No surprise there. I've heard it's good.
Playing Smash on 3DS was it was something.
Obviously, I never played it since I've never played a 3DS, but the fact that they even released Smash on 3DS, I'm like, but why? That just does not seem like a proper
that
form.
ate into that was another thing that contributed to them eating their own Wii U sales, because they released it on 3DS like a month before the Wii U version for some reason.
Oh, that one came first?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it shows where their priorities were.
I wasn't even thinking about why release it on 3DS when you have a Wii U version coming out very soon. I just meant like, why would you play Smash Bros on a handheld? That just doesn't seem like quite the right form factor to play a game like that on.
Yeah, a lot of people contribute the Wii U's failure to its marketing, but no, Nintendo treated the Wii U like it was a bastard child or something. There was the Smash thing. There was Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. That should have been a Wii U game. It would have been way better if it was. Dark Moon, I do not like that game. I think it's by far the worst in the Luigi's Mansion games.
I've not played any of them, so I don't know.
And then 3D Land was okay. That was okay. The 3D Land is the only game on the 3DS I've played where the 3D mode actually helped.
Sorry, which game was that?
3D Land. Mario 3D Land.
Okay.
Because it's a 3D platformer and you're playing it on the 3DS. And that sucks to begin with. But if you turn the 3D on, it actually helps you a little bit, because it helps you, like, you can see how far away the platforms are. Like, I especially noticed it when I was going from one platform and the next platform was like way below me. If you turn the 3D on, it actually helps a lot with that.
Okay, that makes sense.
As long as you hold the screen properly so the 3D actually works properly.
Yeah, right, of course. That's a given.
But yeah, there were tons of they were releasing everything on the 3DS, and like the Wii U got like a few HD remasters and some other games that nobody cared about, like Devil's Third or whatever it's called.
So, all right. Great Lando says, I don't think there's enough versions of Ocarina of Time that have achievements. I agree. We could use more. In addition to that, though, like I said, there are so many ROM hacks for Ocarina of Time. Let's see here. Just for Ocarina of Time, there are 31 ROM hacks that have retro achievements, and I plan to play them all. Maybe not all of them on stream, but I do want to play them all. What do you remember?
Another thing they did, they remastered the original Xenoblade Chronicles and they put it on the 3DS, the new 3DS, instead of the Wii U. Like, why?
Aren't another JRPG franchise I know next to nothing about? Isn't that also on Switch?
Yeah, they eventually made it for the Switch as well.
Okay, you're just talking about at the time, instead of releasing it for Wii U, they released it on 3DS.
Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah, at the time it would have been perfect for the Wii U, but no. They put it on the 3DS. This giant open world, beautiful game, they're going to put it on this tiny little 3DS.
Yeah. the whole.
I hated Nintendo. Pissed me off so much during this era. You have no idea.
I totally understand. But like I was just mentioned earlier with how I mentioned, people have responded to me like on Twitter and stuff that 3D Ocarina of Time 3D exists. It's like I literally just had this argument just like last week, and I got like 3 responses like Ocarina of Time 3D exists. Or actually, it wasn't on Twitter. It was actually in the comments of a YouTube video, and it's like that does not count as a proper remaster for a handheld. I want a proper remaster so I can actually see it, on my TV and play it, from my couch. It's like you can play 3DS on your couch. Yes, but I can't play that on my TV. Did they make a 3DS player like they did for the Game Boy Advance player on the GameCube? No, they did not. I want to play it on a proper console where I can play it on my TV and actually see what I'm looking at. So, and at the time, Smash Bros. 3DS was the only way to play Smash Bros. On the go. That is true. And same Lois. It felt like only game on 3DS that actually utilized the 3D gimmick. And also agreed with Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon is the worst of the series, but I still liked it. So. Yeah. All right.
It's not a bad game, but it's definitely the worst.
The worst of a series of good games, from what I hear. I know the Luigi's Mansion games are popular. So, all right, so back on topic of the Nintendo Direct. Another tangent.
Yeah, so, okay. There was the one thing I remember, the first Nintendo Partner Direct I reacted to. They showed off the Trails in the Sky remake for the first time.
And that didn't make you excited?
No, I was like, what the hell is happening? The one time I decided to I think it was the first Nintendo Direct I ever reacted to. And they decided to show the Trails in the Sky remake, which is like
one of your favorites.
How does that work out?
It was that Direct was specifically for you.
It was worth it. So this one, they actually showed off another Falcom game. Falcom being the developers and publishers of the Trail series.
Okay. Called
Kyoto Xanadu, which is a sequel to Tokyo Xanadu, which came out in like 2015 or something like that. So yeah, there we go. I'm 2 for 2. They showed a Falcom game at both of these things, so I'm going to have to keep reacting to them because that seems to be where where Falcom wants to show off all their new games, because I cover a lot of their content on my channel. So yeah, Kyoto Xanadu is like a action RPG. It's a silly anime high school stuff. So it's going to be mid probably, but I'm probably still going to cover it. And yeah, that was kind of the only other thing I remember from the Direct, because like I said, it was mostly just all ports and stuff like that. So it was weak. It was very weak.
Yeah, it's impressive that Switch 2, I heard that sold more in its time frame than Switch 1 did at the same time, which is crazy because there's nothing. There's like 3 games that are Switch 2 exclusive. Like, why would you what's the point of upgrading to a Switch 2 when there's like no real reason to?
I think there's a bit more than that. So they already have PlayStation 5 beat in that regard. So like the main draws were like Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, and probably Kirby Air Riders at 3.
Yeah. Oh, I do. I don't know what it's called, but it's not a mainline game, but I do know it's a Switch 2 exclusive. It's basically that like futuristic racer that looks like Wipeout from back in the day. I saw James play it once. I know that's Switch 2 exclusive. I don't even remember.
Vaguely know what you're talking about.
I want to say it's called Overdrive.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Switch 2 game is it Overdrive? Let's see.
But hey, if Nintendo's not going to make a new F-Zero, someone else might as well, right?
Star Overdrive. That's the one.
Star Overdrive. I think that's an action game, isn't it? That one's also on Steam.
Nope, you're right. It's that one. Oh no, Star Overdrive. That one actually looks more like a Journey or Sword of the Sea.
Star Overdrive. Oh, it's out. It's already out. It's got
Switch
90%
to
positive on Steam. So
sci-fi racing game. What is the game I'm thinking of? Oh, is it? Let's see. Is this it? Fast Fusion? That might be what it is.
yeah, that might be it. It's
Okay,
probably
yeah.
a successor to the Fast Racing.
Fast Fusion is the one. It's only $15, but I do know that's a Switch 2 exclusive. So yeah, but other than that, I don't know of any other Switch 2 exclusive games. So it's like, what's the point of upgrading?
Right.
I hear
Oh, there's
from most
Hyrule
people,
Warriors. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, but
oh, is that a Switch 2 exclusive?
yeah.
Oh, tell me, how is that one? Did you like it better than the previous one?
I don't have a Switch 2. Can't play it. But it probably is because the last one was horrendously bad. That was one of the worst games that I played that year.
Age of Calamity is the second one, right?
Yeah.
And then Age of Imprisonment is the third one.
Yeah.
All right. And the first one is just...
Age of Imprisonment looks like it's a lot better, but
okay. And the first one's just called Hyrule Warriors. Doesn't have a subtitle, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
First one's the only one that matters.
Star Overdrive. Okay, that looks exactly like Sword of the Sea. It's just with a slightly less cell shaded art style. But I actually had never
really
even heard of
cool.
this game. I thought the name of the game I was thinking it was called Overdrive, and then I stumbled upon this game. So I've never actually heard of this game, but it actually looks interesting. What are the genre tags on there?
Action adventure, open world, sci-fi, 3D platformer.
Does it say snowboarding?
Yeah, snowboarding, puzzle platformer, skateboarding.
Okay. How what this came out in January? Just a couple weeks ago?
Of 2025.
Oh, okay.
So about a year ago.
Yeah, just over a year ago. Okay. Hey, I've never heard about this game. This actually looks interesting. How much is this game?
It is currently $35. It's not on sale.
Okay. Yeah, that was a nice happy little accident, as Bob Ross would say.
Yeah.
That actually looks interesting. I'm gonna go check that out.
Well, let me check. They still don't have a Steam page for the new Kyoto Xanadu. Oh, what's this free game? Let's find out.
Oh, free game?
Paragnosia. Well, that's free if you want it. There you go.
If it's free, I'll add it to my library.
There you go.
Even if I have no intention of ever playing it.
Same, but it's free, so you take it.
All right. Oh, interesting. Oh, is it because it just showed up at the as soon as you clicked into the search box, it shows up at the top of the list? That's exactly. I was like, how did I get it at the top of my list too? It's like, oh, because it's popular searches.
I actually kind of like that Steam does that now.
That is pretty nice.
Whatever game comes out that's free usually shows up there.
That is quite handy. So, all right. So that kind of covers the Nintendo Direct then, since there wasn't a whole lot to it.
Yep, pretty much.
Which one did you want to talk about next?
The Xbox one, actually, because I know you're an Xbox guy.
I am. So what about it?
Was there anything there that interested you?
So let's see here. They covered 4 things. They covered Forza Horizon 6. They covered Fable. I guess it would be technically Fable 4. Beast of Reincarnation, and everyone's favorite Kiln. Which
that's
funny.
Everyone's favorite.
I had never heard of Kiln before, and I heard.
That was its premiere. Was that showcase?
Right, that was its world premiere essentially. But I've heard from people like this is one of the industry's worst kept secrets. It's like I've never even heard this game mentioned before. So it's like I don't know what you're talking about. It's like I'm pretty well versed on stuff going on in the industry and well-known rumors and stuff. I'd never heard of this game, so I was like, I don't know if I would call it the worst kept secret because I'd never heard of it. I mean, it's more Double Fine. They have a pretty good track record. I did play Keeper, their most recent game, and that was an enjoyable, short little action adventure game. I played that at the end of last year. I think I played it in November. But yeah, it looks cute. I don't think I'll play it. It's a party game. I wouldn't exactly call it friend slot, but it's like that type of game.
Yeah.
Where you play with friends for a couple of streams and then you move on. So I don't think I'll probably play it, but if it has a relative, well, it depends on if it has any AI, like not AI in like developing the game, like enemy AI, so you can play it against bots, or whether the only way to play it is with other people. If it's a like player controlled characters only, I probably won't play it. If it has AI and you can play against bots and it has a relatively easy achievement list, I'll probably play it. But if it has multiplayer only and or the achievement list is fairly difficult, I probably won't play it. But it looks like a cute, fun game for a couple of hours.
It has hack and slash in the tags for some reason. I don't know about that one.
That seems a little far fetched for this game. But
yeah, it's friend slot, but without the slop part, I guess. I don't know.
It looks a little bit higher quality than friend slop.
Yeah, because when I think of friend slop, I think of like those cheaply made looking games.
Exactly.
Where the animations are terrible and the
very, very janky and wonky looking.
Yeah.
But they're usually really cheap. But that's the whole point, is like, it's made for like 4 players or something. Everyone buys it for $5 or something. Get a good stream out of it a couple times. But does it say if it has a price on it?
No, there's no price yet.
Okay. Yeah, we don't know how much it's going to be. What if you had to put a dollar amount on what you think it's going to cost? What would you think that this one's going to be?
That's a good question.
Not that I'm going to make a bet on this, but if I had to throw a number out there, I feel like my guess is probably like $30.
That's what I'm thinking, but they might try to go like 20 to undercut it and get more people in.
I think that would be a good idea. Let me see how much Keeper was, or is, I should say. Keeper is $30. It's currently, at least on Xbox, it's currently like a few dollars off, so it's $25 right now. But that's actually I'm curious.
Yeah, so somewhere between $20 and $30. If it's above $30, it's gonna fail.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. What was their last game before Keeper? Was it Psychonauts 2?
I think so.
Yeah, Psychonauts 2 is their last game before Keeper, and that was in 21. So that was a bit of a gap, and that one is a full $60. Although currently it's on sale for $15. So
Keeper's kind of a short game, isn't it?
Yeah, Keeper's a short game. I got the completion in the estimated completion was only 5 to 6 hours, and I got it in about 8.5. So it took me a little bit longer. But yeah, it's a relatively short game. Doesn't overstay its welcome.
If it's been that long between those two games, I wonder if they're probably working on something else bigger in the background that we don't know about yet.
Like maybe not necessarily Psychonauts 3, but something of that caliber.
Could be.
Yeah,
I don't really follow Double Fine though, so I'm not super excited or interested or hyped or anything. So
yeah, I'm intrigued by their games, but if I got an announcement that Double Fine's, they came out and like, hey, we're working on a new game, it'd be like, cool, I'll look forward to hearing about it when it comes out. But it's not like, oh boy, I can't wait for the next Double Fine game. I enjoyed Keeper. The last Double Fine game I played, or new one, I should say. No, that's not true. But the last 2 ones that I played that are somewhat recent was Stacking, and that's because I love puzzle games. I actually didn't even mention Stacking on top 5 puzzle games. They also did a Metroidvania, which I rather enjoyed. It was on Game Pass, and then it got taken off Game Pass, then it was delisted. So I don't know if it's been relisted, but that was Headlander. That one was enjoyable.
Okay.
Sorry, I cut you off. You were about to say something.
Right, because Tim Schafer is the head of Double Fine, right?
I believe it was him and I always forget. There's two of them, and I think Tim. Yeah,
Okay,
Tim Schafer's
this
the
just
founder.
this just answered my question. I was because I think Brutal Legend here. This is the only game of theirs that I've actually played.
Okay, I
I
never
never
played
beat it
Brutal
though.
Legend, but I know it was a bit polarizing.
It's an
Because
amusing game, to say
it
the
ended up
least.
being a different game than what people were expecting.
It was a lot
Yeah,
harder than I
okay.
was expecting too.
Let's see here. You said Tim Schafer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, there was who's the other guy that
But yeah, this game was made by Double Fine as well. So
or is Tim Schafer who I'm thinking of? Oh, okay. I had his head in his Tim Schafer, the picture of his face in my head, but I was thinking that was someone else. Because yeah,
okay.
I met him briefly at WonderCon back in like 2010. Back when
Okay.
WonderCon was in San Francisco. So yeah, Kill looks like it could be a fun game. I don't know if I'm gonna play it or not. I know a lot of people. Was there anything else on Killing you wanted to talk about?
Oh, not really.
Okay, because
I actually
the
wasn't
other
planning on
games,
talking about it at all. But we ended up going off on the tangent again anyway.
the other games that they talked about on that what would he, because Nintendo does directs
Developer directs.
it was a is that what they call it, developer direct, or was it like a showcase? Developer direct then.
Oh, I forget what Xbox's showcases are. They do have showcases, but those are usually in the summer.
Okay, so this was a developer direct. But yeah, the other games that they talked about.
And I remember I was asking which ones were you interested in?
Which ones? Okay, because I know a lot of people, like I think most people's like were most excited about Forza Horizon 6 is kind of the feeling that I got, which I would be too, because I was a big fan of Forza Motorsport back on 360. I played a hell of a lot of Forza 2 and 3 before Horizon even existed. I've not actually played any Forza Horizon games, but I know I would enjoy them. But I've sworn off the Forza games because I was so deeply scarred by Forza 3. I've mentioned it many times, so I don't know if you know that story or not. It's very.
Let me guess. It's achievement related, isn't it?
Sort of. I mean, it does have
okay.
to do with an achievement, but it's not because of the achievements. Forza 2 and 3, I think I have 1 or 2 achievements left in both games. Forza 2, the one achievement I don't have is because you have to earn 1 million credits in online, and I never played it online. I only played against the bots. So, but Forza 3, I think the only achievement I was missing is the one for getting gold medal in every race. Do you want to hazard a guess on how many races there were in that game?
Oh, I have no idea. But based on what you're saying, it sounds like there's a lot.
There are a lot. Go ahead and throw out a number.
Let's see. We'll go with 69.
It is funny because the number ends in 69.
169?
You're 900 short. There's nearly 1,000 races in Forza 3. There's 969 races in total. I had gold medals in probably about 930 of them.
Wait, you're talking about Horizon 3, not Motorsport?
No, Forza Motorsport 3.
Oh, and Motorsport 3. Okay.
Because
Horizon is the open world-ish sort of one, right?
Yes, the Horizon games are basically all open world games.
Okay, so like the way I'm imagining, like if you have like an open world map that you can drive around, putting 900 different tracks in that world is probably not super difficult.
No, but it's not, because one of my other favorite racing games, Project Gotham Racing 3, basically they built like a whole city, and then for each race they just like designed a track through all the different intersections. So you could make a lot of different variants as long as you have a big open map.
That's kind of how they handle races in Grand Theft Auto 5 as well.
Okay. But yeah, in Forza Motorsport 3, there was 969 races, and I had about 930 of them before my data got corrupted and I lost all my progress.
Oh, That's the worst.
And I probably, put hundreds of hours into this game, and I swore it off. I gave both Forza 2 and 3 and my racing wheel to my friend. I'm like, I'm done. Here, it's yours. You can have it. So if it wasn't for that, I would still enjoy the Forza games. But because of that, I've never played a Forza game since, even though I know I would enjoy them. So if it wasn't for that, I would be excited for Forza Horizon 6. But the other one, obviously, a lot of people are excited for Fable. The only Fable game I played was Fable 2, and it was all right. I did 100% it back on 360, but I wasn't like, I didn't love it. It was good. And I never played 3, so I have no interest in playing 4. But I'm kind of torn on the new Fable because, one, I hope that it is good for the sake of gamers. I don't have high hopes that it is going to be good. But on the flip side, I also hope that it fails because I have a vested interest in it doing bad in our fantasy video game league. So I'm kind of on both sides of the edge on that one. So if it does bad, I do better in our fantasy video game league. But all that to say, narrow down to the fourth one, which I'd never heard of. I don't know if this was a world premiere or not, but Beast of Reincarnation is the one I'm most interested in because it's a hack and slash, which I really like. It looks like it could be Souls-like, which I'm not a fan of, but if it's not a Souls-like hack and slash, I will probably really enjoy this game. So I look forward to hearing more about it. That's definitely the game I'm the most interested in. And it's very odd that it's from Game Freak, the Pokemon people, and they're going like veering out of left lane to do this entirely different genre. Although it's funny because talking about Forza, Playground Games, who's done a lot of the Forza games, is who's doing the new Fable game. It's like, that's talk about shifting genres, going from a very simulation racing game into a fantasy RPG. It's like not a whole lot of connecting ties between those two genres, but hopefully they'll do a good job. Sorry, you were about to say something.
I was gonna ask if you're familiar with Stellar Blade gameplay wise.
So I own it on Steam. It was gifted to me. I have not played it yet, but I will be playing it at some point. I'm looking forward to it because it's a hack and slash. Although I've heard it is Souls-like-ish. So I don't have a take on it yet. I am looking forward to playing it at some point. I just don't know when that's going to be.
Yeah, I think it's definitely like a mix of different things because it feels like it does feel Souls-like. It does feel like a hack and slash. It also feels kind of like one of those crazy action games like DMC in some aspects.
Spectacle fighter kind of game.
Yeah. There's a lot of spectacle in that game, let me tell you.
Yeah,
but a lot of people are
protagonist is definitely easy on the eyes, that's for sure.
Exactly. But I've heard a lot of people say that Beast of Reincarnation looks like Stellar Blade gameplay wise. So it might be very, very similar to that. Okay.
The other one that I had heard the name of, but I didn't know literally anything about it until it was mentioned on our top 5. I think it was when we were on our top 5 2025 games. No, it was the one before that. The first one we did this year, which was top 5 most anticipated games. I had heard the name of the game, but I didn't know anything about it. And after hearing more about it from you and Jason, I was like, all right, this is definitely on my radar. And that's Phantom Blade Zero. Because when it first got announced, I was like, oh, this is just another Souls-like. And you and Jason, or I don't know if you were, but Jason, I remember clearly saying, no, it's not a Souls-like. It's like a proper hack and slash. I'm like, all right, you have my interest then. So I'm intrigued to find out more about Phantom Blade Zero.
I don't think it was me because I have like no interest in that game.
Okay, then it was probably just Jason, but he definitely put it on my radar. So I'm intrigued to learn more about Phantom Blade Zero. So,
but yeah, Beast of Reincarnation looks very interesting. That was probably the second game that I was most interested in from the Xbox Direct, because
obviously behind Fable is your most interested.
Yes, and I say interested and not anticipated for a reason.
Oh, so you are serious that is your most interested one? I was being sarcastic.
Yeah,
but yeah, you're not really much of a racing person though, right?
No, I can enjoy racing, like a regular racing game, but it's not a genre that I typically go to.
Okay.
I've actually played a little bit of Forza on someone else's 360 back in the day,
Was
and that was pretty much it.
Was that Forza Motorsport or was that Forza Horizon?
It was Motorsport,
Okay.
and I remember it was really funny because that was like I've never played like a simulation type racer before. So when you turn off like the
assists,
it's
is nuts.
Yeah, it's so crazy, but it was really fun. Like trying to get that down was like a really interesting thing because most racing games have those assists built in. You just don't know it.
Exactly.
So they're like completely unrealistic. So the other two sort of racing games like that I've like you play as a driver in an actual real car was Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2. And
what is that, like PS2 era?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going back a ways.
I played the Hot Pursuit remake or whatever on 360, but I don't think there was any actual connection with the original Hot Pursuit.
I'm not sure because this is the only Need for Speed that I've played.
And there he goes again. Restream didn't like him talking about racing games, apparently.
They didn't like me not playing racing games because I'm a racist, according to chat. So there was that one.
Not a racing person. That's a racist.
There was that one. I attempted to 100% that game, and that was not fun. Once you start trying to do that, it stops being fun. And that was the same with Burnout 3.
I've not played any of the Burnout games, but I know I would enjoy them.
Burnout 3 Takedown. I actually did 100% that game, but by the time you get to those last missions, it starts not being fun.
So, yeah, it's funny you mentioned Burnout because Criterion did Burnout, and they also did the Hot Pursuit remake that I was just talking about.
Okay.
Which I don't know. I think does that studio exist anymore, or is that another one of the studios in the EA graveyard? Criterion Games. Let's see. Are they still?
The EA graveyard is it?
Yeah, it looks like they still exist.
I was just going to say the EA graveyard is ever expanding.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to mention with Need for Speed games. My favorite Need for Speed, definitely not Hot Pursuit. Most Wanted, the 360 launch title. That game was great. I loved that game. And I
actually have that one, but I only played a little bit of it. And it was on the PS2 though.
Yeah, okay. I do know that was released on PS2. I played it on 360. But yeah, that game was great. I loved it. And within the last year or so, I was like, you know what? I'll have to go back and play that. And I found out that game is not backwards compatible. You can only play it on a 360. It's like, that was like one of the best Need for Speeds. Why is that not backwards compatible? And 2, it's delisted, so you can't even buy it digitally anymore. You have to buy it physically. It's like, are you serious? That game was fantastic.
Oh, wow.
It might have to do with the fact that they did another one of my freaking pet peeves is when they release another game in the same series with the exact same name. They release another Need for Speed Most Wanted in like 2012, which was also a 360 game. And I don't think it had any connection to the original one from 2005.
I think I remember that game coming out and people were not very positive about it.
I never heard one thing about it one way or the other. So the fact that it came out and just like faded into oblivion, I don't think it was very well regarded like Most Wanted was. The original Most Wanted on 360. But
yeah, probably
that's
not.
Twice that Need for Speed has done it because they have they did it on the same generation of hardware. Like I said, with 360, there's 2 Most Wanteds on 360. And they also have the original Hot Pursuit like on PS2, and they also have Hot Pursuit on 360, and those are 2 drastically different games. I hate it when
I'm gonna assume that the PS2 version of that game was probably the worst version. So
I never played the original one. I only played the 360 version. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
But I did have some gripes with some of those late game races. The main thing that I have an issue with it, and this just goes across all racing games, is rubber banding can go straight to hell. I hate rubber banding with a passion, and Need for Speed is one of the worst.
Yep, I agree.
So that is one of the things I like about Forza. There's no rubber, or at least Forza Motorsport, there's no rubber banding. I don't know about Horizon. I would assume that there would be in Horizon, but I don't know.
They should just teach the AIs to get good instead.
Yeah.
That would be better.
Yeah,
Nintendo.
The last achievement in the N64, the 360 Most Wanted or Hot Pursuit was basically a race that goes around the entire outskirts of the entire map. So it's like a 15-minute race. And it took me like 6 tries to beat this race because I would have like a minute lead, like 45 seconds to a minute lead on second place. And then in the last 10 seconds, zoom, it just went right by me and passed the finish line first. I'm like, what the hell is that trash? Oh my God, I was ready to break the disc in half. It was so infuriating because that is
that's garbage.
Bull. I hate that crap. So rubber banding or escort missions, which one is worse? I would say rubber banding because at least you can get escort missions correct. You can't do rubber banding correctly, in my opinion.
No, rubber banding is just the AI cheating.
Exactly.
Like, there's the meme, oh, the computer's cheating, but it's not a meme in those games. It's real.
Yeah. Exactly.
Escort missions, like usually you have like 1 or 2 escort missions in the entire game, and then it's over. So it's not a huge deal, and also you're the one doing all the input and trying to get this person from one place to another. And usually they follow your directions or follow you properly, but sometimes they don't. That always happens, but
yeah, bad AI in escort games.
At least when you're done with it, then it's over, and then that's it. But with rubber banding, it's the entire game.
Yeah, typically escort, as they're known as escort missions because it's usually like 1 or 2 missions in a game. There are escort games where it's basically the whole game. Typically, the AI is done better in those ones because one that I have in mind, I don't think it's that great of a game. It's not a bad game. A lot of people praise it as one of the greatest games of all time. It's like it's all right.
Is it Resident Evil 4?
Yep, you nailed it. People praise it as one of the greatest games of all time because it's basically you're escorting Ashley almost the whole game, and people still praise it to high heaven. I don't think it's a bad game. I just don't think it's as good as everyone says it is. But on the flip side, as I was just talking about earlier at the stream on what I've been playing, basically both Plague Tale games the entire games are escort games because you're escorting your little brother Hugo almost the entirety of the game, and those games are both fantastic. So they did those well. A game that's also I would believe is an escort game, but I haven't played it. Is it's in the Shadow of Colossus franchise. What's
Ico?
The one? Ico. That's the one with Trico, the bird, dog, cat thing, right?
You're talking about The Last Guardian.
Last Guardian, yeah. That's the whole game is basically an escort mission with your giant cat, dog, bird, companion. I heard that the AI in that one can be a bit wonky. But
yeah, I have different thoughts about that one. But
when talking about worst escort missions, I haven't played it since my childhood, so I'm not saying this. I mean, I've played it many times. It's just I don't remember it being that bad. So it could just be the rose-tinted glasses, or it could just be as bad as everyone says it is. But the first thing that pops into my mind when I hear bad escort missions is Natalia in GoldenEye. She'll like walk out into the line of fire, doesn't go into cover. So
nice.
I've played that game plenty of times.
And somehow people consider that one of the greatest games ever again. Really?
Yeah. Perfect Dark is so much better. But I love GoldenEye. It was one of the primary games of my childhood. Probably that and Ocarina of Time, but Perfect Dark is just better in every way. So, but hey, Christian Frades is in chat. What's up, Christian? Good evening to you, buddy. Good to see you. And Crazy Landlord saying, I just always hear people complain about escort missions, not as much as rubber banding. I agree. I hear about escort missions way more than rubber banding, but I hate rubber banding so much more than escort missions. Rubber banding is worse. I agree. Excellent. So,
I know when you and Ryan were getting into your GoldenEye stuff.
You mean like every episode of Party Chat?
Yeah. pretty much. And then there was one time where I was in chat and I'm like, they're both bad. They're both shooters on the N64, so they're bad.
I
So
can't really argue with that. GoldenEye is a better game, but I can't really argue that there are great games. But Perfect Dark, the original Perfect Dark, was my favorite game of all time for many years. I love that game.
Back in the day, I never understood GoldenEye's popularity. I tried playing it once and I couldn't get into it at all.
Like, I get it from people who have been like always PC gamers.
I wasn't a PC gamer though.
Okay, that was going to be my question: is did you grow up as a PC gamer?
No, like we had a PC and we had a couple PC, like old PC games, like, but our computers that we had at home were not meant for gaming, so it wasn't like, we could do a whole lot with them. My PC gaming includes games like Scorched Earth and
I love that game. I never had it on my computer, but I love Scorched Earth.
Chips Challenge.
Chips Challenge. Yes. I mean, we talked about that on puzzle games, but I also didn't have that on my computer, but I loved that game. What was the another one that I remember playing on my uncle's computer? Ski Free. I love that game. We had that. You have to outrun the abominable snowman before he eats you. Oh, I love that game.
Yeah, and you kind of can't outrun it.
No, you can't. Like, he'll show up. It's basically like when you when you survive for 30 minutes in Vampire Survivors, you will automatically die. Essentially,
yeah, basically. Like there is a way. I believe in Ski Free. There is a way to stop the Yeti from getting you, and it's by going off like a really large jump as soon as it appears.
Okay.
But the thing is that you don't know when it appears.
Yeah, it seemed to be not a scripted event.
Yeah, and if you do skip it, then it will still come back later anyway.
That's what I would figure. But yeah, I love.
It's just a matter of time.
I hope I get a chance to play some of those games again because I love those games. Did you ever play the Space Cadet pinball table?
Yeah, I was about to say that actually.
That was on
was great.
The first computer that was actually mine, and I played a heck of a lot of that pinball table.
Yeah, we didn't get a computer that could play, more modern at the time games until like 2001, 2002-ish.
Okay. That's actually 2001 is when I built my first computer, which is this one right here.
Nice.
It doesn't work anymore, but I still have it.
Yeah, that's when we started getting into like Zoo Tycoon, Age of Empires, stuff like that.
Nice.
Roller Coaster Tycoon.
Yeah, I never got into those Tycoon games, but I know those were popular.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, back to the Xbox Developer Direct. Was there anything else that you wanted to touch on? How excited you are for Fable?
Yeah, how excited I am to see this Fable-like game coming out eventually.
Game. Oh, it's because what you really want is Masters of Albion, the true follow-up to Fable from our Lord and Savior Peter Molyneux. Is that right? Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
No, I know what you're talking about. I have a lot of reservations about that one too, obviously, because it's Peter Molyneux. So. I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed at that game again, because what people want.
Keep your expectations low, and you won't be disappointed.
It looks like it's shaping up to be a good game, but what people
won't be disappointed.
No, what people want is a black and white 3. They're not going to get a black and white 3. It's going to be different.
Yeah.
And it's okay that it's different. I personally would rather have black and white 3.
Yeah, I know black and white.
But
we've talked about it in the past. That's like one of your favorite games ever. Was Peter Molyneux involved with that?
Yeah, he was the lead. It was Lionhead Studios.
That's what I thought. I just wasn't sure. I'm like, I think that was Peter Molyneux's baby.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't his first God game. That was Populous, I believe.
Yeah, I remember.
Which is super old, but I never played that.
So, if you wanted to, you still have Brutal Legend up. Just wanted to update that. But.
To remind me of better days. No.
Yeah, I'm assuming you are more if you had to pick between Master of Albion and New Fable, are you more interested in playing Master of Albion?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that because we still haven't seen a whole lot of Masters of Albion. He's being pretty tight-lipped about it this time, which is well, either that or I'm just not seeing any of
I
the.
haven't heard a single thing about it other than he's working on a game called Master of Albion. I thought it was actually, I was really confused at first. I was like, they're making another game in the Fable universe, but
Mhm.
how do they do that with licensing? And it's like, no, they're not connected at all. It's just they're using the same name, although it has nothing to do with Fable. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and Albion is just a name for Old England. That's not.
I think you were the one that told me about that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not owned by anybody or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's a historical name.
Not like you trying to make another sci-fi franchise with robots from a planet called Cybertron, but has nothing to do with Transformers. It's like, yeah, that's not going to work.
Exactly.
So, Crazy
so
says, it's nice to have a console or anything from my childhood that works. I still got my dad's OG Xbox and PS2. I got my Super Nintendo and my N64, and right behind my SNES is my Wii. And the Wii is the only one that's still hooked up. My N64 and Super Nintendo aren't hooked up, but they do still work.
So when I did a live reaction to this developer direct, and I remember saying on stream that I was actually a lot more positive about Fable after that direct.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people were like, what little we've seen about it's like, this is not looking good. I think we're all, me and the panel I was on while we were watching, we were all definitely more positive on the game coming out of the direct as well.
Right. But
that's a big but.
After having some time to like think on it and let it stew a little bit, I'm like, this is, it's still kind of Fable in name only, it feels like.
For me, it was after seeing all this ancillary information that came out on social media in the week after the direct, I'm like, oh, well, this is bringing me right back down to where I was before.
Yeah, so before the direct, I was like super negative about the game, right? I thought it was going to be a piece of crap. I thought it was going to get delayed into oblivion. I thought it was going to launch as a disaster and stuff like that. But after seeing this trailer, I thought that I think Kay brought it up on the anticipated games. She said that it's gonna get canned like Perfect Dark did.
I don't think
and
so.
I didn't think that was gonna happen, but I thought it was possible.
Like, there's way too much stuff. Like, there's so deep. I mean, not that Perfect Dark wasn't already deep into development, but we still knew almost nothing about that game. And like, this one had a lot more going for it than the Perfect Dark reboot ever did.
Yeah, this Fable game is definitely a reboot. This is not a Fable 4.
Yeah, I think that's probably why they don't. Speaking of games in the same franchise with the exact same name, yeah, they didn't even call this Fable 4. It's just Fable. It's like, well, are we talking about Fable 2026? Are we talking about Fable, what was it, 2003? I don't know when the original one came out, but it was original.
2003 sounds right.
I'm going to find out. Fable.
2003, 2004, something like that.
1. Let's see here. Fable 1. 2004. I was off by a year.
Okay.
But I was close. Yeah. It's like,
but yeah,
I think give it a different name or some sort of subtitle so we can differentiate it from the original one. That Call of Duty does it with Modern Warfare. It's like, are we talking? They've done it 3 times with Modern Warfare.
Yeah, and based on what they said in the trailer, it sounds like this one takes place in between Fable 1 and 2. Because
okay, so it's actually not farther on in the timeline.
Yeah, if you remember in Fable 2, they had guns in the game.
I do remember that.
Really rudimentary guns, but they're still in the game.
Blunderbussts.
Yep.
And stuff, yeah, very early guns. I do remember that.
Fable 1 had none of that. It was strictly medieval fantasy.
Okay.
So this game looks like, setting-wise, it looks closer to Fable 1, But if you look at like the castle in Bowerstone, looks like the castle from Fable 2. So it's definitely it's got to be somewhere in between. If they are putting it on the actual like timeline, I guess, then it's definitely in between the first and second one.
And not doing just like a full reboot of like it takes place in the same universe, but like in a I don't know, like a different dimension or something where everything
Yeah.
you know from the previous games didn't take place.
Yeah, because that Bowerstone Castle did not exist in the first game.
Okay.
So, but that was also that could have just been like a design change, you know, because
Yeah.
Fable 1 being an original Xbox game, it's not super powerful system. They got to build around that.
Well, yeah, I mean it was the most powerful of that generation, but you know, that was still 20 years ago compared to what we have now. Yeah, understandable.
Yeah, and there are other games of that era that like visually like they look amazing, but you can't actually go to these places and stuff like what's a good example?
Oh yeah, so like this one's gonna be well, this one I'm assuming if you can see it, you can go there, like the Elder Scrolls games typically do. But in Fable, you could see stuff off in the distance, but you wouldn't necessarily be able to go there.
Right. Another great example of this is the PS2 game Valkyrie Profile 2. That game is like it's a JRPG, so yeah.
That's probably why.
But it's like one of the best looking PS2 games. But most of the things you see, you can't actually go there because the game actually operates on a 2D plane. It's like a platformer style. So it's a weird one, but a lot of the locations and stuff look amazing. You just can't go to anywhere, and it feels like Western developers try to do that less. Like if they make a location, they want to make sure that you can actually go there, and it's not just window dressing.
Yeah.
So it seems like when they designed Fable 1, they made it so that everything you see, you can either get close to or actually, you know, go there.
Okay. Yeah, so I just pulled that up
for like immersion. It's like an immersion thing that they go for.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I just pulled it up on Retro Achievements really quick. I just typed Valk, VALK, but I'm like, there's a couple different ways to spell Valkyrie, so I'm like, I wasn't exactly sure which one it was. And yeah, VALK and Valkyrie Profile, Valkyria Chronicles, and then Valkyrie Profile 2 are like the first three results. And those all have Retro Achievements.
There you go. So back to this Fable. After I thought about it for a bit, and actually I noticed this immediately, like during the stream as well. I liked what they showed. I liked a lot of what they showed, but when you think about what they didn't show, what they didn't say during the direct, a lot of the things they didn't say are a lot of things that are really important to this series.
And a lot of things that people are like, can you just tell us some of these basic things? And they're like, no, we're not going to do that. So it's like,
yeah, they didn't.
I understand keeping in people in suspense, but I think it's because people aren't going to like the answers to those questions.
Yeah, like for example, they said that you have a customizable character, but they didn't really get into that very much.
Yeah,
exactly. If you remember in Fable 2, like the amount of different things you could equip on your character and customize them was like crazy for a game of that time. And it was the same for Fable 1. Fable 1 was really impressive from that aspect.
I do know one thing that they didn't mention in this developer direct, but they did come out in the week or so after that people were not happy about, is the whole like appearance changing depending on your actions. I know that was a kind of a staple. I know that was in 1 and 2. I don't know if that was in 3 since I didn't play 3. I mean, I didn't play 1 either, but I do know that was in 1. Do you know if that was in 3?
I haven't played 3 either because I heard it was so bad that you shouldn't really bother, so I never did. But I kind of want to. I kind of want to now. Like, I want to play it now and see if it's actually that bad, and
And by
compare it to like
today's
some of the
today's
crap we get
standards,
today.
it may
Is
be a masterpiece.
it could be. It really could be, but I also like that probably also won't work for me because I don't play the mainstream games and all the stuff that people focus on.
Yeah.
If you watch my like top games of whatever year video, there are always like a bunch of indie games and stuff that people never heard of, and then usually one game at number one that just blows everything out of the water that released that year, in my opinion. So I don't know. It would be an interesting experience if I went back and played Fable 3.
But yeah, I know that the appearance changing on your decisions. I do know that is not going to be in this one, and people were not happy to hear that.
Oh, so your appearance doesn't change based on your morality at all?
In the new one, I heard that it does not.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Because from what I gather, that's kind of a staple of the franchise. So I'm assuming it's in 3, but I just don't know. Because
there was an interesting way they did it in Fable 2. Because if you remember, it wasn't just good and evil in Fable 2. There was also pure and corrupt as well. Do you remember that?
Quick tidbit. I did just do a quick Google search, and it says, yes, your appearance does change in Fable 3 based on your alignment, combat style, and actions. So, yeah, all 3 of them have it. Sorry, what was it that you were asking?
Oh, do you remember in Fable 2 where you had good and evil, and then you also had purity and corruption?
I do not remember that.
Okay. This was like the most interesting addition that they had. So like obviously you have good or evil. Those are very self-explanatory. Purity and corruption were different.
Yeah, I played
purity,
it back in 2009, so it was a long time ago.
If you wanted to if your character became more corrupt, corruption was like based on doing things that are greedy or
not
things that are
evil.
Not necessarily evil, but you're selfish.
Yeah.
Or taking advantage of others, but not like, going on a murder spree or something like that.
Right.
So
more like being renegade in Mass Effect.
Yeah, or if you're a purity, then you're really giving, you're selfless, or
they're basically trying to kind of expand more than just good and evil on the whole like D&D character chart, where you got your like true neutral, you got your pure. I don't remember what all the alignments are.
It was lawful and chaotic,
yes,
but
lawful,
it's not quite the same as that either.
Not quite to that extent, but kind of going in that direction. So you got your lawful good and your lawful evil, and your chaotic good, your chaotic evil, and your true neutral.
Yeah,
and all that type of stuff.
It's similar to that. So you have you can be pure good, or you can be corrupt good, or you can be pure evil, or you can be corrupt evil. If you are corrupt,
pure evil and corrupt evil, or is there like a
So you have a high purity rating, but a high evil rating as well.
Okay, I was thinking pure evil is like nothing but evil, but pure evil is more of like the good bad guy.
Kinda. So it was really interesting what they did, because if you have a corrupt evil character, you're like the most evil basically, and then you get the horns, you'd get the evil aura and all that. If you had a high purity rating instead, though, then you don't have the horns, you don't have the evil aura, but your character does look different. It's kind of hard to explain how they look different, but from what I remember, they didn't like, even though they didn't have the evil aura or anything, they had like a sinister look to them.
Okay.
If you had high purity and high evil rating.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So you're more of like
two morality meters that are separate from each other.
Yeah. Yeah, it was very interesting. And then if you were pure good, you have like the good aura and the halo and all that. Yeah. If you were corrupt good, though, then your character kind of looked like a slob, and they had like flies buzzing around them or something like that. It was very weird. But I thought that was really, really interesting. And I wish they would, I was hoping they would bring something like that back. Like your character's appearance doesn't just change because of good or evil, but because of tons of other factors as well.
Yeah. That is a really cool concept. And I don't like I remember the appearance changing. I just don't remember the purity and corruption thing. But yeah, having that separate morality meter essentially, that is a really cool concept.
Yeah, and so that leads into one of the things I have like major concerns about in this game. When they were talking about morality in the developer direct, they were talking about like gray morality. Like morality isn't
There's
objective or something like that.
okay. That's not a good sign, but okay.
It isn't a good sign for like it's something I kind of understand or somewhat agree with because like obviously if you do something people are going to have different reactions to you and that's what's going to happen in the new Fable game and I actually thought that's a pretty good idea because like people are different. People are going to have different reactions.
That
but
I understand, yeah.
But if they're making it as if there's no objective morality at all, that's a problem.
Yeah.
And that's just ridiculous. Because the entire Fable series and like all the stuff that Lionhead made back in the day was all based on objective morality, good or evil. Even Black and White. Black and White it's black and white. It's in the title. And Fable is they're not part of the same series, but I consider Fable to be an extension of Black and White because there's so many design philosophies and concepts that carry over between the two games.
Okay. I did not know that.
Yeah. So I'm worried about that. And modern Microsoft Studio.
Yeah. Not
It's
not a great track
yeah.
record.
No, not really.
So yeah, I don't think I'll be playing it either way, so it doesn't really matter to me. But yeah, I hope it's good for players' sake. I'm just that little greedy side of me. I just hope it does bad because then I'll do better in our fantasy video game
speaking of greed, I think this is going to be another one of those games where there's no good way to play it. If you remember what happened with Doom: The Dark Ages.
What are you referring to?
So Doom: The Dark Ages, if you wanted to play it on PC, PC version has de novo in it. PC version PC version requires you to have an RTX card. You cannot play it if you have a card that doesn't have ray tracing.
That is retarded.
Yeah, and so I can't play it on my PC at all. If you buy the console version has like 86 megs on the disc and the rest you have to download. So you don't even have the physical game.
No, it's basically like a key card.
Yeah, it's basically a key card. So that's pointless. There's literally no good way to play that game unless you're okay with buying digital on console, which I'm not. So
okay, I got you. That is a completely fair argument, and you assume that Fable's going to do the same thing.
Obviously, we don't know yet, but
wait,
if they do that again, I'm not going to be surprised.
De novo, you said Doom Dark Ages had de novo, right?
Yeah.
And de novo is anti-cheat, right?
It's anti-piracy software that
allegedly
prevents their games from being pirated. It doesn't always work, but usually what it actually does is harm your game's performance.
Yeah. Okay. Because I thought it was anti-cheat. I'm like, why would it need anti-cheat when there's no multiplayer? It's single player only.
The anti-cheats are kind of in the similar vein, but anti-cheats are used. Like, for example, we were talking about Arknights earlier. That has a PC version, has a ton of anti-cheat in it. So I'm not installing that on my PC. Anti-cheats are way worse than de novo, in my opinion, because they actually have full access to your computer.
Yeah, they have like kernel level access. It's
yeah.
like, hell no.
Yeah, so that basically makes you a target. Basically, you have more vulnerabilities if as compared to someone who doesn't install that on their PC. So
Okay.
I'm not putting that on my system, so that's why I'm playing Arknights on PS5.
That was gonna be my question. I'm like, okay, I thought you were playing Arknights on PC. If you're
Nope.
not, what were you playing? You're playing on PS5. Okay,
Yeah, if I didn't have a PS5, I wouldn't be playing it at all.
gotcha.
So that's kind of an advantage of consoles now in current day. You can play games without like corrupting your system or potentially leaving your system open to vulnerabilities and stuff
For
like
the
that.
most part, I do know that I've heard that there are a couple games that had to be recalled because they like crash people's like consoles or like wipe their hard drives.
Oh, really?
It's very rare, but I have heard of it happening. So, but yeah, you definitely don't have to worry about that anywhere near as much on console as you do with PC.
Yeah, well, PC getting borked is way worse than getting a console borked because you can just replace the console.
Exactly. You're not gonna
PC,
lose
if you
all your
do a bunch
files
of
and stuff.
yeah, if you do a bunch of stuff on PC like I do, then that's a huge problem.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, another interesting thing though, this game is coming out on PlayStation as well on day one.
Okay. I figured it was coming out on PlayStation. I wasn't sure if it was day one or not, though.
They said this one was day one. I think Forza is the one that's coming out later on PS5.
Yes, Forza is launching later.
So that's interesting. So if there's a real physical version of this game on PS5, then I can play it there.
And by real, you mean actually on the disc.
Yes. But it's Microsoft, and they're very anti-physical gaming, so
Yep, I hate that because
who
so
knows?
many times, like, not that I collect much yet, but once I have income again, I'm going to start building more of a physical collection. And I hate how so many of these games get physicals on PlayStation and Switch, but they don't ever get a physical release on Xbox. It annoys me. So, all right. Anything else you wanted to touch on Fable?
There was probably a few things. If you want to say hi to chat.
Yeah, I was gonna. Shining Diamond had a question saying, "Do you guys think we'll ever get Beyond Good and Evil 2?"
No.
I do not, and I don't really care. I don't know why people are so hyped up about this game. It's like I played the original. It's okay. It's nothing special. So I don't know why. I think more people are interested in it just because of how long it's been in development, not because they're expecting it to be a really good game. Because I mean, it was okay, but there's nothing really special about the original. So I don't know why people are, based on the game, why they would be so interested in the sequel finally coming out. I think it's just more so that it's in that Duke Nukem Forever. It's been in development forever. Although Duke Nukem Forever did come out, I don't think Black and White, or not Black and White, Beyond Good and Evil 2 will come out. And then Crazy Landless, did you have any? Did you ever play Beyond Good and Evil?
Yeah, and I liked it. So I did want Beyond Good and Evil 2, but
Yeah. The one thing
you should, if you also ever wanted Beyond Good and Evil 2, you should just assume that it's not coming out. Don't think about it. Don't get hyped for it. Use your brain power for something else.
Says, hey, Beyond Good and Evil was a classic. I didn't think it was bad. I just don't think it was like amazing. My main issue with it was there was no invert option. The only way I was able to invert was at a system level. I had to go and change my Xbox controller in the actual accessories app to invert because there was no in-game invert option, which was completely dumb.
But yeah, I really liked the first one. I thought the ending sucked, but aside from that, the game was really fun, and I liked the design of the setting, and some of the characters were pretty entertaining and stuff like that. So
I liked all the animal people. So you had like hippo people and giraffe people and horse people and pig people. I thought that was kind of cool. So Christian Frady's enjoyed Beyond Good and Evil. I'll probably play it again at some point. It's just not very high on my priority list because it was okay. But Crazy Lando says, I think Melee K had a similar problem with Oblivion Remastered with save data erasing for no reason. That's right. She did. I think she said she lost like 60 hours, but she wasn't that upset about it because she loved the game so much. She had no problem putting more time into it. Man, I would be so pissed. I mean, obviously, you were here earlier. I lost hundreds of hours in Forza Motorsport 3. And so I was so upset that I've never played Forza since. But I would be very upset if I lost 60 hours of Oblivion. But similar to Kay, I would be like, all right, well, I'm starting over because it's such a great game.
Bugthesda strikes again.
But, yeah. Shining Diamond says, maybe someday we'll get a new Dino Crisis. Another franchise I've never played, but I've heard is good.
So there is another thing that I wanted to mention about Fable.
Oh, okay.
The more I thought about what they were showing us in the developer direct, the more it made me think that the people working on it, they like Fable, but they don't love it. They like it more on a surface level. So that's why you see a bunch of like the references, like the chicken chaser and stuff like that. All the silly things that you see in there, they reference a lot of that, but they don't show us the core of why those games are loved so much. So it feels like it's wearing a Fable skin suit, basically. And like if you saw a lot of the people talking in the developer direct, they all looked younger than you or I as well.
Yeah,
so it's
younger
like
than Fable.
Yeah.
It's like you should be older than Fable if you're working on this.
I don't know, maybe they became fans because of Fable 2 and not Fable 1, who knows. So can't really blame them for that, I guess. But Fable 2, if you ask me, Fable 2 has a lot of problems. Like a lot of problems. Despite like it does a lot of things that are really interesting and really cool, but it also has, if you were a fan of the first game and what they were, the first game has a ton of problems too, don't get me wrong. But if you were a fan of the first game, Fable 2 felt like a couple steps backwards in some ways as well.
So a couple steps backwards in some regards, but probably a couple steps forwards in others.
Exactly.
Okay. Which one did you prefer between the first one and Fable 2?
Oh, the first one, definitely.
Okay. Did you ever play what they did like a 360 remaster sort of Fable? Is it Fable Anniversary?
That's just the first game, so I didn't play that version. I've only played the original.
Okay,
Xbox
that's what I was
version.
wondering if you'd played the 360 version, which I think that's what Fable Anniversary is just a 360 remake or remaster of the original. Fable Anniversary is a 360 game from February of 2014. So yeah, it's got the same like box art as the original Fable, so I'm pretty sure it's just a remake of the original one. But then there's, hold on, I think there was do you know anything? I heard of Fable Lost Chapters. Is that a separate game or an expansion? Do you know what that is?
That's the first game with an expansion.
Okay.
Included.
Let's see here. Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing it as a separate game here, so that make that. I wonder if that's what Fable Anniversary is, just that combined into one game.
Yeah, and I think Anniversary has some like quality of life upgrades and some graphical improvements and stuff like that too.
That would be my guess.
If you were to play the original on Xbox, you would want to get Fable: The Lost Chapters because it's better than the original in every way.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I think it was Naggardnall that I was talking to about that because I think he was a Fable fan. So, okay. All right. Shining Diamond says, I'm excited for the return of Dot Hack. I never played him, but I do know of the franchise. And I did not know that was making a return. So glad you're getting a return of that franchise, and I hope it's good. I'm going to get Chow to stream it. That
Good luck
definitely
with that.
seems up his up your alley, right? That's your type of game.
Kind of. I think it's a turn-based RPG, JRPG, but I have kind of fallen off those a little bit.
Okay.
Dot Hack is one of those. It's one of those games that's the setting is like an MMO inside the game. I'm trying to think of a good example. If you ever heard of Sword Art Online, the anime,
That's one of the few animes I have seen.
yeah, you know how like it's a set the setting is like they're inside a MMO world basically.
Mm-hmm.
That's Dot Hack is similar to that, but it's like a futuristic one.
Okay, so in Dot Hack, your character exists in the real world, but then they go into a digital world, so it's almost like a triple tier of metas.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
I don't know if I would like it very much. Because I'm not a fan of that idea in general.
Okay.
But there was another game called Crosscode that was an indie game. It's like an indie action RPG, and I actually liked that one quite a bit. So when they do these kinds of stories where they're playing in like a game world inside the game or inside the anime or whatever, usually that what's going on is the game world affects the real world in some way. So that usually makes the story more interesting. In Crosscode, you're playing as this character named Leah who can't talk for some reason because there's some sort of weird circumstance that like she's like stuck in the game somehow, and there's stuff going on in the real world that's affecting that and stuff like that. I don't know. It's been a while since I played it, so it's more interesting than it sounds.
You mentioning that made me think of Mega Man Battle Network is kind of like that because you control Lan, who exists in the real world, but then he plugs into the internet and you control Mega Man in the internet, and you go and defeat viruses that stop things that are going wrong in the real world. Like I don't remember if this exactly happened, but an example is like there's a fire, and so you have to go into a server and you have to defeat Fireman so you can activate the sprinklers, and the sprinklers put the fire out in the real world. So it sounds kind of like that, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Shining Diamond says it's like Animatron.
Animatron. Okay,
Which
that makes sense.
I haven't seen Tron, but I have a basic idea of what it is. So
yeah, because
that's probably
movie,
a good. That's a good comparison, I think.
Yeah, because in that movie they go into the digital world.
Yep.
In the first one and the second one, although in the third one, I think the digital world comes out into the real world, but I haven't seen Tron Ares yet. I'll probably watch it eventually.
So I actually have the Dot Hack GU remaster on PS4. I just never got into it.
Okay.
I could play that, but do I want to?
All right.
But yeah, we can move on from Fable, I think.
Okay. So did you?
It's gonna be really interesting to see how it comes out.
Yeah.
But
fingers crossed. I hope it's good for the sake of the gamers. I just don't have too high hopes for it. But I'm not going to be playing it either way, so it doesn't really matter to me personally. So
we'll see.
Did you want to go over the PlayStation one?
Yeah, we can talk about the bit. Shining Diamond actually had a question earlier about the new God of War. They announced that they're remastering God of War 1, 2, and 3.
I totally missed that. Oh, speaking of that, he says, I'll just get Child's wife to pull his ear so he can stream it. And I hope we get more Mega Man games after Geostellar. I've never heard of that one, but I do know that we got Mega Man Dual Override, which I'm very interested in learning more about because I'm a huge Mega Man fan. As you can see, he's right there and Zero.
Yep.
As I mentioned earlier, I was playing through the Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3 randomizer just last night, and those are my favorite Super Nintendo games of all time. So I am, although I would love to see a continuation of the Mega Man X games rather than the classic Mega Man games, but I'll just take more Mega Man. So I'm happy to get more Mega Man. So I did not see him mention anything about God of War earlier, so I must have missed that one.
Oh yeah, he was asking about what we thought of the God of War remaster announcement.
So that is, because I've never owned a PlayStation, that is one of the major franchises I missed out on that I always wanted to play, and I will go back and play it from start to finish at some point. And when I get to that point, I'm gonna have to figure out what's the best way to play it. Do I play the original? Do I play like the PS3 remaster? Do I play the new remaster that just got announced? The fact that for me personally, getting an announcement that they're remastering the whole trilogy or remaking the remaster of the trilogy, I don't know. I'm not well versed on the franchise. I've never played it.
They announced they were full remakes.
I know that this one is a remake, but I don't know. Like, I know there was a God of War 3 remake or remaster, but I don't know if they have remastered the entire trilogy before. But the fact that they're doing a full trilogy remake, in my opinion, is a good thing because it'll come to, I don't know if it's going to come to all modern platforms, but the fact that it's coming to PlayStation, it's very likely it'll also come to at least Steam at minimum. So I'll finally get a chance to play those ones as well, and I'm looking forward to that. I hope the fact that it said remake and not remaster is a bit disheartening because they're gonna change things. I hope that they don't, but I won't be surprised if they do. But I am looking forward to learning more about this because it'll probably be. I do have God of the new ones, 2018 and Ragnarok, on Steam. I haven't played them yet, but I am. Now that there is this announcement, I'm looking forward to playing them. I just don't know when I'm going to play them, but I'll probably push it off even more so that we can hopefully get this one on Steam and I can play them all in the correct order. So Christian says that the first two God of War games were remastered for PS3. Oh, that's because God of War 1 and 2 were PS2 games, and God of War 3 was originally a PS3 game. So all three of them do exist on PS3. Okay. So what is your experience with God of War? I love hack and slashes, so I've always wanted to play it. I just never had a PlayStation, so I never got a chance.
I don't like God of War at all.
Okay.
I've tried the original game once back in the day. I could not get into it.
Are there other hack and slash games you do like, or are you just not a fan of the genre in general?
This was actually one of the topics I was thinking we could talk about a little bit, actually, because I think I'm just not a fan of the genre.
Okay.
And it feels weird to say that because when I think of a hack and slash as a genre, I just think of an action combat game. Like it seems like a really generic kind of genre tag to me. So to say that I don't like the genre it feels weird to say that.
Yeah, I get that. Of course, like with
unless there's
genre,
something I'm missing and this genre is a bit more specific than what I'm thinking of.
Because like with any genre, there's like the spectrum of the genre. You have kind of like the different subgenres within it. Like racing games, you got your kart racers, but you also got your arcade racers. Then you got your sim racers. So you may like one of those subgenres, but not the other. So like a lot of people would prefer like kart racers and arcade racers, but they're not too fond of like the simulation racing. It's like, would you say you're a fan of racing games? It's like, I get it. Hack and slash, like when I think hack and slash, obviously for me, like I mentioned earlier, Ninja Gaiden Black is one of my top 5 games of all time. And that is like the epitome of hack and slash games for me. That's what I think of. But basically all these Souls-likes also count as hack and slashes, although I think they co-opted the hack and slash genre proper. So I'm not too fond of of Souls-like games, but they would also qualify as hack and slash. And then you have like the whole Muso type of games, which are absolutely hack and slashes as well. But those are like the Dynasty Warriors, and I've never played any of those, and I would probably enjoy them, but I'm not too interested in them. So if you take those 3 subgenres of hack and slashes, I don't care for 2 of them, but I love games like Ninja Gaiden and Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance and like Castlevania: Lords of Shadow. That's the
What
reason
about
why I played that game, is because it's a hack and slash. So I love that type of hack and slash. And so I say I love hack and slashes, but that's what I think of as a hack and slash. I typically don't think of Dark Souls-like games or Muso games as hack and slashes, but they definitely qualify.
what about Darksiders?
Oh, I played the first one and I enjoyed it back when it was new. I have all three of them, and I'm gonna go back and play the first one over again because I haven't played the first one since it came out 15 plus years ago, or however long ago it was. And I haven't played 2 or 3, so I'm gonna be doing, at some point, I'm gonna play through all 3 of them, and I am looking forward to that.
Would you call it a hack and slash game though?
That's a good question, because it's more of like a Zelda type game, which I don't think of as hack and slash games, but Zelda games would probably qualify as well, even though you don't really think of it as a hack and slash.
That was going to be my follow-up question if you said yes, because then I would say, well, then is 3D Zelda a hack and slash?
A Zelda hack and slash. Like, I don't think of them as hack and slashes, but I don't see why they wouldn't qualify as a hack and slash. It's just not the type of hack and slash that I think of when I hear the term hack and slash.
Yeah, because I love the first 2 Darksiders quite a bit. So if they are hack and slash games, then I don't dislike the genre, right?
Okay. Saying that you
knows?
like
'Cause,
the first 2, did you play the
Yeah.
thor one, or did you
Not yet.
Did you? Okay, I was gonna say, did you play it and not like it, or have you not played it? Because I've heard that from not great things. Out of the 3 Darksiders games, 3 is the one I've heard the most negativity about. But I've also heard that it's the most Metroidvania-like, so I have a feeling I might like it the best. I don't know. I haven't played it, but I am looking forward to playing through all 3 of them in the next couple years. I just don't know when I'm going to get around to them.
Yeah, the first 2 games are kind of Metroidvania-like as well, though.
Yeah, because they're
So I don't know.
similar to Zelda games, and people often make the argument that Zelda games are Metroidvanias. Like, they have Metroidvania elements, but they are not Metroidvania games.
Well, I think if we consider Darksiders 1 specifically to be a hack and slash, then the first Nier is also a hack and slash game.
I have not played any of them, but from what I've seen of clips of Nier games, I would definitely say Nier or hack and slash. Although I don't know if it's different for the original Nier, because most of what I've seen is Nier Automata, and that one's like, I don't know, like 6 different genres all matched together.
Oh wow!
But I do know that the main core gameplay of that game, I would definitely say qualifies as a hack and slash.
Well, when you play Nier Automata, it feels like Bayonetta.
Okay.
I think it's closer to that than what you would think of as a typical hack and slash. But
Yeah,
the
like,
first
that's another
game,
one. It's like, is Bayonetta hack and slash? It's like, it definitely has the DNA of a hack and slash. The only difference is that for the most part, you have an attack that is a sword, but you're not typically using a sword. So it's like the hack and slash without the slashing for the most part.
yeah, and the first Nier, the gameplay is actually very comparable to the first Darksiders. The only difference, the only main difference really is that, in Darksiders you get power-ups and different abilities. In the first Nier, it's more RPG-like, where you level up and get stronger that way. That's kind of like the biggest difference between the two, but they feel like very similar games if you were to play them back to back. They're pretty close, I would say.
Okay.
But the first Nier is my top 3 favorite games of all time. So
okay. So,
but if I were to say why it is, it's not really because of the combat. It's because of everything else around it.
I do have a question about that. Really quick, I just saw another name show up in chat. X-Wing 5 is in chat, which I have not seen in a very long time, but good to see you, X-Wing. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, buddy. Hope all is going well in the land of fatherhood, because I think last time I talked to you was right when you became...
Uh-oh. He's cutting out again.
So,
yeah.
Oh, me again. But good to see you, X-Wing. Hope you're doing well. So
Restream was like, "How dare you compliment his fatherhood? How dare you?"
So Nier is, you said, in your top 3 games of all time?
Mhm.
Because I have not heard much about the original. I've heard so much more about Nier Automata. I'm assuming you played that one as well.
Yeah, I played them both,
I'm
and
curious.
I actually like the first one more.
Yeah, and I was going to say, did you like Nier Automata?
Oh, I love it. Absolutely
Okay,
love it.
you just like the first one more. So I'm curious, what about the original one do you like more than Automata?
The soundtrack, the story, the characters, the mostly just that.
Okay. The gameplay is
'Cause, like,
pretty similar though, right?
the gameplay is similar. I would say Nier Automata's gameplay might be above the first game, but
Okay.
everything else about the first game I think I like more.
All right.
I like the setting, the atmosphere of the first game, all the weird things that happen in that game. It's something else. And if you haven't played it yet, I actually highly recommend it. I think it's right up your alley.
Yeah, that's one of the ones where it's like, I think I would like it. I just don't know. I haven't committed to it because I've heard that, like, you got to play through it like 5 or 6 times to get the full story. Because every time you beat it, you have to play it again, and
That's
it's like a different story.
People always over exaggerate that. You play through it once. So it's kind of hard to say this without spoiling some things.
Anything.
So you do play through the second half of the game more than once. The second time you play through it, it is different because you have a different character's perspective talking to you basically while you're doing all the things you did in the first playthrough. So it changes the game significantly. From a story aspect, not from a gameplay aspect. Like from a gameplay aspect, you're just blasting through it because you're way high level and you get through it in like a couple hours.
Okay, so the subsequent playthroughs are
super short. They're super short because you're over leveled at that point.
Okay, I did not know that. I thought you were starting
and then in order to get the last 2 endings, I think you have to get all of the weapons in the game, which unlocks the last boss fight.
Okay.
Which that's just an old archaic design that carried over from the Drakengard series. So,
did you play Drakengard?
I did. The first Drakengard is a disaster of a game. It is a pain to play. It's one of the most painful games I've ever played, and that's why people like it.
Is that the one with like the weird, like the final boss battle is like with this? It's like a DDR game against this dragon, and then there's like a giant
on a
woman
dragon
that turns to stone or something like that.
Yeah, you're on a dragon. You're fighting this evil goddess that turns into like this white substance that. Well, you'll find out if you play Nier.
All right, I just want to make sure that was the same game.
That ending is the precursor to the Nier games.
Okay, so it is a direct precursor to it.
Yeah, but yeah, Drakengard, for the most part, it's like a Musou game that's really poorly designed. It's so painful.
Okay. So, well, maybe I'll put Nier. Well, it sounds like you definitely recommend playing both Nier and then Automata, not going straight into Automata. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll
because if you do that,
if
you play the first Nier first, you will like Automata more.
Okay. Oh, look at that! On Xbox, it's 360. It is a backwards compatible game, so that's good.
Yeah, you could do that, or you can get the remaster, which improves a lot of things and also has some extra story content in it.
Oh, the original Nier has a remaster?
Yeah, Nier Replicant.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a third game in the franchise, so that's just a better version of the original game?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That is good to know.
And that is on. I don't know if it's on Xbox, but it is on Steam.
It is. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
I just didn't. I knew of Nier Replicant. I just thought it was the third game in the franchise. I didn't realize it was a remaster. So, here's a question for you. Oh, You cheated. Dang it.
Why did I cheat?
I was going
What
to
was your
ask
question?
you, what is the version number of Near Replicant
Oh,
without looking?
oh, it's too late for that. No, I can never remember that.
Does that number have any sort of significance, or is that just some random number they pulled out of their butts?
The number itself, they might have just pulled that out of their butts, but there is a reason why it's called this.
Okay. It's like Near Replicant version 1.5 was 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. Do you know what I was just referring to?
Nope.
Those are the numbers from Lost. If you remember that show.
I remember it existing, but I've never watched it.
Yeah, there was some very important numbers in that show, and that's what those numbers were. So I was wondering if there's a similar thing where these numbers play an important part of the story. So, all right. Well, you know what? I will. Let's see here. Oh, okay. So this rematch came out in 2021. It's a full price $60 game, but let's see here. At least on Xbox, let's see what its biggest sale. It's gone on sale for $24, which was 60% off. So, all right. Well, I'll put that on my wish list. I'll keep an eye on it. Maybe I'll pick it up at some point.
Yeah, and if you want to get all the achievements in it, it's actually not too difficult to do that. It's just one of them. There's one or two of them that are kind of tedious.
Yeah,
that's it.
Looking through the achievements, it looks like for the most part, looks like the hardest one is beating the game in under 15 hours. All the other stuff looks easy, just time-consuming, grindy for upgrading 33 weapons to their maximum level. That one's got the time-consuming flag on it. But yeah, it says the estimate completion is 60 to 80 hours. So
so the best thing
obviously
the best thing to do is just to play it normally once. Try to go for 100%. Because I don't think there's anything missable that's important.
Okay, I was like, there are a lot of missable achievements. He's got 47 achievements, and 32 of them are missable.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But when doing stuff like this, I usually, without trying to spoil any of it, I usually keep a guide of like what I need to keep an eye out for so I don't miss those sorts of things. So that doesn't put me off much. Although it does indicate that I should not play this game blind unless I want to do a full playthrough again, over again.
At the risk of getting spoiled, you should go in as blind as possible. But if the thing you're pulling up is just the achievements without any spoilers in it, then that's probably fine.
What I typically do is like, because this game does have a walkthrough. So I'll kind of look for what the next upcoming missable achievement is, and then like read a sentence or two just so I'd like know where in the game it is. And so I know once I get to that point to like, oh, here I need to do something specific. So I don't read through the whole thing. And a lot of the times the walkthroughs, the people who write the walkthroughs, though, they make it a point to not spoil anything from the story unless it's absolutely mandatory. They'll like, instead of saying like, oh, after the cutscene where this happens, they'll say like, oh, you'll do this, and then a cutscene will happen, and then after the cutscene's over, go do this. So they try to, most of the time, they usually try to avoid most of the story spoilers.
Right. So yeah, you mentioned the 15-hour achievement thing.
That's beating the game in under 15 hours.
Yeah, this is the only game that I've done that for.
You've done a speed run?
When you go back into the game and beat it under a certain time just to get a certain achievement. This is the only game that I've done that for. So I did get the platinum for it. Yeah, like said, 60 to 80 hours. Probably spent some time around there to do it. Okay. I even played, I don't know if you have to do this, but I actually played through the game on hard mode, which has level scaling in it. So the bosses are always at your level.
Oh, okay. Is that so a lot of times I hear people complain about that? Do you think that's a good thing?
No. I don't think it's a good thing, but I also think that normal mode is too easy in this game. So it's not, you don't really have a good choice in that regard.
really quickly, just glancing at the achievement guide for the speedrun achievement, it says if you kind of just basically speedrun it, it says it's doable within like 6 to 7 hours, so you'll have plenty of spare time. So it doesn't sound like it's that
Oh
difficult.
yeah, once you beat the game and then you do that again to get that achievement, it's super easy because
Okay.
you know where everything is and all that. And I think you can even put it on easy mode when you're doing that achievement as well. I think you can get it that way.
Oh, you know, let's see here. Yeah, it doesn't specify a difficulty, so that.
No, it doesn't.
All right. Well, I'll keep an eye out for that game then. So, but yeah, Crazy Lando mentioned kind of what I mentioned a few minutes ago. Says, would Bayonetta be more beat 'em up instead of a hack and slash? I would definitely say it's more of a hack and slash than a beat 'em up, but those two genres can blend together fairly simply. But when I think beat 'em up, I'm thinking of like Streets of Rage and the old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like the side-scrolling type of beat 'em ups. But that's not, there are other types of beat 'em ups, but that's typically what people think when they think beat 'em ups.
Would you consider the Arkham Batman games to be 3D beat 'em ups, like in terms of combat?
Yeah, that would probably be a great example of a 3D beat 'em up.
Because I know like the games aren't structured as strictly beat 'em ups, but
yeah, when the combat encounters, absolutely. But all right, there was some. Anything else you want to mention on Nier? I did.
Nope.
There was a lot of chat that I wanted to catch up on here. So
I think we still haven't answered Shining's question though, because he was asking about the God of War trilogy, about it being remade, and a lot of people are worried that they're going to tone it down and remove a lot of the sexual stuff.
Exactly. So yeah, he said, yeah, I said God of War trilogy is getting remade, and some fans think the snoo games will get left out, and I fully expect them to censor it, which is one of the things.
Yeah.
Would be a disappointment. I never played them.
If I were a betting man, I would bet that they would remove a lot of that.
Same here. It's like, it's an M-rated game. Leave it in. You don't have to censor it. If you don't like it, then don't play it. That's, I don't like censorship. So, question.
Or you could, be an adult, play it anyway, and enjoy it for the parts you like, and then move on.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Over it.
I've played so many games where there's parts that I don't like, and I still keep playing them.
Exactly. So he also asked,
"Have you seen my Trails content?" My God.
So Shiny Dime also asks, for you, do you think the success of the Sonic Paramount movies will be good or bad for the Sonic IP in the future? That's a good question.
Bad. Hollywood involvement is always bad.
So I saw Sonic movie 1 and 2. I haven't seen the third one, but I like the 1 and 2, and I've heard good things about 3. Did you enjoy the movies, or did you see them?
I haven't seen them still.
Okay. But yeah, as for the game side of things, I don't know very much about the Sonic franchise, but when was the last good Sonic game? I'm assuming it's been a really long time. I haven't heard much good about any of the recent Sonic games.
There's still a bunch that I haven't played, so I can't give a proper answer to that. But if you were to ask me, I would say the last best one was Sonic Mania.
Is that what was that on?
That was on everything.
Okay.
That was the Genesis style 2D game that came out in 2017.
I don't remember what it was called. I thought it was this game, but I think I don't know. But I remember Angry Canadian saying that there was a really good Sonic game that was only on mobile, but I don't know what it was called. I thought it was Sonic Mania.
I don't know about
that. I'm pretty sure I remember him saying that there was a really good Sonic game on mobile, but it was only on mobile. It wasn't on consoles.
Yeah. So the reason why I say this, well, the thing I like to say is that this game was good because it wasn't made by Sonic Team. Because everything that Sonic Team has put out since Unleashed back in 2008.
I was going to say, that's like a GameCube game, right?
It was a PS2, Xbox 360, and Wii game.
Okay. I was off by one generation.
And probably PS3 as well. But it was also on PS2. Every Sonic game that has come out since then, I have not liked.
Okay.
So
Christian says that Sonic is allergic to money. Crazy Lando's given a few. He says Sonic Generations 2 years ago, Sonic Frontiers in 2022, and Sonic Mania 2017 were all good. Okay.
I still will I haven't tried Frontiers yet. I'll probably still play that at some point. A lot of people keep saying that game is good. I just do not trust the opinions of Sonic fans because they keep saying that all the other games that they put out are good, and they're not. So,
All right. And Christian is saying that Sonic Heroes is underrated. Sonic Riders is underrated as well.
oh, Sonic Riders was really cool, actually.
Was that one of the kart racers?
It was the one where you're on like hoverboards on the PS2.
Okay. And then Sonic Unleashed was also on PS3. Okay. Sonic. Oh yeah, Landlow's agreeing. Sonic Riders was underrated. So okay. So, but yeah, back to the God of War. Christian said the first two God of War games were remastered for PS3. That's right. Oh yeah. God of War, Chains of Olympus, and Ghosts of Sparta are also remastered for PS3. Were those two the ones that were originally either PSP or P? Am I cutting out again? Was Chains of Olympus and Ghosts of Sparta, were those originally the PSP or PS Vita games?
Sorry about that. I had alarms going off.
Oh, okay. You were saying "oh" for you, not for me.
Yeah.
And then Ascension is the only Greek God of War game that didn't get a remaster. Okay. Chow loves the Shinobi and Nightshade games from the PS2.
I don't know why he's making that up, but
the only Shinobi game I played was I played Shinobi 3 on my friend's Genesis back in the day. I liked it, but I only played it like once. But when they announced Shinobi Art of Vengeance, I was like, this looks really good. So I haven't played it yet, but I'm very much looking forward to playing Art of Vengeance at some point.
I think I played a little bit of Shinobi on the Genesis as well. I don't remember which one it was, though.
I believe Shinobi 3 was the only one that was on Genesis. I think.
Oh, was it?
I think 1 and 2, because I was looking for the retro achievements for it, and I think Shinobi 1 and 2 were on. What was it before the Genesis? Is that what the Sega Master System is?
Yeah.
I've never actually seen one of those, but I think the first two Shinobi games were on the precursor to the Genesis.
Okay. Yeah, it was probably that's 3 then.
What the Sega Master System was, then I think that's what 1 and 2 were on. I could be wrong about that. This is all very, I just barely looked into it, but I think I'm right on that. So, and Christian says that so I was right. Those two God of War games were the PSP games, but they were remastered for PS3. Okay, cool. Good to know. And Shawnee Nyman says Sonic comics are great. And Great Lando says Sonic Generations is better than Frontiers. Frontiers is good for an open world Sonic game. All right. So, all right. So, another tangent. Back to God of War. I'm cautiously optimistic for it because I want to be able to play the original 3 games in the best looking form ever. I just hope that they don't censor it and tone it down for modern audiences. Because I always wanted to play those games. So once I get around to it, I'm going to ask people who are fans of the franchise, because I'm sure by the time I eventually get around to it, the trilogy remake will be out. And I'll be like, what's the best way to play it? Because there's so many different remakes and remasters and stuff. Should I play the PS2 original? Should I play PS3 remake? Should I play the modern remake? I'll figure that out when I get there. But before I end up playing them, I'll find out from people who are big fans of the franchise what the recommended version of each game is to play. But it sounds like you're not interested. The one I am most interested in, though, is the one that Shadow dropped, Sons of Sparta, because that one's a Metroidvania. Unfortunately, it is only on PlayStation right now, but as soon as that comes to other platforms, I'll probably pick it up and play it. I'm just disappointed that it's a pixel art game. I would be far more interested. Not that I'm not interested in it. I am interested in it, but I'd be far more excited for it if it looked like... if it wasn't pixel art and looked something like Prince of Persia Lost Crown, because that game was phenomenal. And I want more games that look like that.
Yeah.
So
I have no interest in it whatsoever.
So Christian is saying PS2 Originals Ascension is the first God of War game to have multiplayer. Okay, I do know that some of them had multiplayer. I just didn't know which one. So, all right. So, anything else you wanted to say about God of War?
Nah, I think we covered it.
Okay. So was there other stuff on the Sony is it State of Play? Is that what it's called?
Oh, absolutely. There was this State
Oh,
of Play.
real quickly, I missed one of the chats from Christian. Said Sean Schemmel voiced Black Doom in the Shadow the Hedgehog game. I have no idea who that is. I haven't played it, but he's
Sean Schemmel is the American voice actor for Goku.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, Christian's always full of like cool, interesting tidbits. He knows so much about that sort of stuff. So, go ahead with your next thoughts on the State of Play.
Well, I was gonna say this is the best State of Play that I think I've ever seen.
Like I said, I didn't watch it. I just caught the highlights as they were being released on like Twitter and stuff, and I was like, this seems like a lot of really good stuff. So even though I didn't watch it seemed like it was a really good, showcase essentially.
There's always a catch though, because whenever they do a State of Play, they don't give us a reason. They don't give us a lot of good reasons to get a PlayStation, because I think there's like two games out of that entire thing that are PlayStation only. That being the God of War, Metroidvania,
Sons of Sparta.
Yeah, and I think Saros, is only on PlayStation. But that one would
be
probably
surprised if the Sons of Sparta stays exclusive. I don't think Saros is going to stay exclusive. Returnal came out.
I don't think so either.
PC, so I'm almost positive that Saros will become to PC at some point as well.
Yeah, there could be something else that I'm forgetting from the State of Play, but I think those two are like the only like actual PlayStation exclusives in the entire showcase.
Okay, that makes sense. I fully expect both of them to come to other platforms, but if one of them was going to stay exclusive, I would put more money on the God of War Sons of Sparta staying exclusive than Saros.
Yeah, same. So whenever I watch these things, I always go into them thinking, oh, nice. They're going to show off a lot of games that are going to be on PC, because that's usually what happens.
Exactly.
So
I don't have a PlayStation, so a lot of the stuff I'm hoping comes to PC or even Xbox, because some of their games have come to Xbox as well. Like Kena eventually came to Steam, and then it came to Xbox. And I like the look of the new one, so I hope that one comes to Xbox eventually as well. Because I actually bought it on the original one on Steam, and then it came out on Xbox. I'm like, God dang it! If I would have known that, I wouldn't have bought it on Steam.
That was the thing I was going to bring up next, because that was the first game they showed off, and that was probably that was probably my favorite announcement of the entire show.
It looks really good.
Yeah, I played the first one.
I haven't played it yet. I have it, but I haven't played it yet. The original.
I think you'd like it.
I know I will.
It's basically a hack and slash game.
It looks very Zelda-ish, but even not quite so childlike as Wind Waker, but it looks like a more pretty bright and vibrant of a 3D Zelda game.
Yeah, it's definitely not a kid's game though. It's a game like that anyone can get into. I think they did that intentionally. Like they didn't want it to be just a kid's game, even though they have like a very Pixar inspired art style.
Yes.
It's very Pixar. But yeah, it's not like it doesn't feel like a kid's Pixar movie. Like the story and what's happening in the story and on screen and all that doesn't feel like a Pixar movie, because it actually gets pretty dark and creepy at some points.
Oh, okay.
And the Zelda thing is interesting to bring up because the developers Ember Lab, they actually, one of their most famous things that they made was a Majora's Mask animation before they started making games. What
do you mean an animation?
It's a 3D animation of Majora's Mask called Terrible Fate. And it's just like a short rendition of like some of the things that happen in Majora's Mask.
Okay.
It's been a while since I've seen it, so I don't remember exactly.
Is this something I can find on YouTube?
Yeah, it's still on YouTube.
Okay. Let's see here. Let me write that down. What did you say it was called?
Terrible Fate. Oh, if you look up Terrible Fate Ember Lab, then you'll find it.
All right. I will look that up, and then I will add it to the stream description afterward. Cool. All right.
But yeah, in Kena Bridge of Spirits, the first one, there's definitely is some Zelda influence, but it doesn't feel like a Zelda game at all.
Okay.
It feels like a. Actually, we were comparing Beast Reincarnation to Stellar Blade earlier. It actually feels closer to Stellar Blade than it does Zelda, because the game is also a lot harder than it looks.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it looks like, a very casual game, but
it's not.
Looks can be deceiving, it sounds like.
Oh yeah, I played the game on hard mode. That was a mistake, but I did it. I beat it. Actually, on the topic of Stellar Blade, I haven't beat it still because I'm stuck on a boss.
Did you start out on hard?
On what?
On Stellar Blade?
No. Stellar Blade is way harder.
Does Stellar Blade have difficulty options, or is it like Dark Souls where there's no difficulty?
No, it does. I'm playing Stellar Blade on normal, and I'm stuck at a boss.
And
I've been stuck at this boss for like an hour. So, but I played Kena Bridge of Spirits on hard, and it's not as hard as that, but it does get pretty difficult.
There is an achievement in Kena for beating it on master difficulty.
Oh, you know what? I think that difficulty didn't exist when I played the game.
Ah, okay.
I think that was added post-launch.
The ratio difficulty on True Achievements doesn't make it seem like it's that difficult, though. It's only a 3.25, which that's usually not too terrible bad.
Oh,
yeah, there's
a hard game.
That's why.
Oh, is there?
I don't know what it is, but yeah, I looked in the achievement guide and says there's you can unlock this achievement on master difficulty using the skip exploit. I'm like, oh well, that makes sense.
Huh. Well, I obviously didn't have that because I struggled against some of the bosses. Not all of them were super difficult. It's kind of funny though. In Kena, I think the last boss is easier than a lot of the bosses that came before it. Specifically, the one that's right before it. That boss is like brutal, but yeah, it's a super fun
when
game.
You have a game where you're expecting like, oh, maybe not Kena as an example, but you have a game where like a bunch of hard bosses and you're expecting like the final boss to be like this like super uber difficult boss, and then it's like, oh, that was actually much easier than the bosses I already fought.
Mm-hmm. I feel like that's happened to me a lot recently.
Ninja Gaiden definitely is that. The original one, the final two bosses are pretty easy compared to some of the other bosses that you've already fought.
Yeah, one of the best examples actually is Trails in the Sky remake. When I played it on Nightmare difficulty, and the hardest bosses in the game are the chapter boss for the prologue and chapter 1.
The first two at the beginning of the game.
Yep. Those are the hardest bosses in the entire game. And it just gets easier from then on out.
Not a great way to start off a game with like the hardest bosses ever, but
if you
know that, then it does give you, once you beat it, then it's like, oh, everything's all downhill from there.
That's actually pretty normal for Falcom's games, though. It's kind of funny.
But only if you know it, that the rest of the game is going to be easier than that.
Well, I don't know. It's a turn-based game, the Trail series, but it's also the same for their East games. East 10.
Oh, that's the same company?
Yeah, that's Falcom. So
okay.
When I played that one, I think I died. I died more against this stupid creature in chapter 1 than I did anywhere else in the game. Because it just keeps getting easier and easier the further you get. So they're terrible at difficulty scaling, like really bad.
There's the flip side of that. I've mentioned this recently a couple times. On the flip side of that, the original Game Boy version of Metroid 2, the entire game is basically a cakewalk, and then the final boss is like a stupid difficulty spike.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty funny, but that's just the way it is. Kena Scars of Cosmora is also coming out on Steam, but for some reason they don't have a Steam page yet.
Which can you pull? Oh, they don't have a Steam page. They can't pull it up. Which one was Scars of Cosmora? Oh, that's the subtitle of Kena. The
new one.
Yeah, I still got to play the first one, but I'm looking forward to playing that. And then eventually I will play Scars of Cosmora. Eventually, hopefully it comes to Xbox so I can play it there. But if not, if it comes to Steam, which I assume it will, I will play it there if it doesn't exist on Xbox.
And the upcoming worst take of the month might have something to do with this game, just saying.
Kina or whatever
Kina.
game you're about to, okay. I was like, Kina or whatever game you're about to talk about next. Worst take of the month.
Believe it or not. But yeah, I recommend Kina. I played it on PS4, which was bad. The game runs like crap on PS4.
Really?
Or it did. It might be better now, but yeah, it was like a 30 FPS game or lower. So, and it had like super long loading times and all that.
Doesn't seem like it would be that intensive of a game.
Shouldn't be.
Maybe it's just very
But
poorly optimized.
that's just par for the course for the PS4, Xbox One generation, unfortunately. A lot of really badly running games on that system.
Hopefully I won't run into that, since when I do get around to playing, I'll be playing on my Series X.
Oh yeah, that game should run like butter.
All right. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the next Kina. Obviously, like I said, I got to play the first one first, but I am looking forward to playing that one as well.
Yeah, it's looking real good. It looks like a straight improvement on the first game too.
Yeah. So what else was announced that caught your eye?
There's a lot. Metal Gear Solid 4 is finally being released from PS3 jail, which is cool.
Okay, I've been hearing a lot about that because the only Metal Gear game I played is Metal Gear Rise and Revengeance, and it's not really a Metal Gear game.
Yeah, not really.
So
I played a little bit of 4, but I had never beat it.
Is 4 like the only one that hasn't been brought to more modern consoles?
I think so.
Is that why everyone's all excited about this?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's another franchise that I know I always would have liked. I just never got into it because at the time it was basically a PlayStation exclusive. So when I get around to playing the Metal Gear games as well, I'll have to talk to an expert and be like, all right, what's the best way to play each game, and find out that as well. So
if you ask me, I think the first,
because they also announced this like remastered collection, like volume 2. It's like I have no idea what these collections are and what games are in them and what order the games go in. So
yeah,
it's all very confusing.
You can kind of get away with playing them in release order, but obviously, like, well, not obviously, but the timeline of the Metal Gear Solid games is like all over the place. So
yeah, I do know that. So I would ideally like to play them in chronological order, not release order.
Yeah, if you want to do that, start with 3.
And 4 is the one that just got announced as getting remastered.
Yeah, 4
right?
is the last one in the timeline.
Okay. And Nightmare's saying he's played each one. I did know that because we've talked about it. He's like, yeah, I played them all in order to play Revengeance. Like, I shouldn't have. I just should have just played Revengeance. That's the only one that I have played.
Yeah, and maybe Nightmare can correct me, but I think the order is 3, Peace Walker.
Oh, here it is. 3 is Snake Eater, right?
Okay. Yeah, he's got the order I was about to say, but he just didn't include Peace Walker. Peace Walker is included is part of the timeline, so I think that one's actually. I think Peace Walker's really important if you want to go into 5, because those 2 games have a lot to do with each other.
Is Peace Walker kind of like a standalone spin-off, or is it a
it
DLC
plays
for a game or an expansion?
It plays
exactly
differently.
What
was
it
on
on?
PSP. That's what it originally
okay.
released on.
It's a
So
PSP game.
it plays differently and feels different, so it feels like a spin-off. But it's part of the official timeline, and it's in between Metal Gear Solid 3 and 5.
Okay, that was gonna be my next question. Is between 3 and 5?
Yeah.
Okay. So you said that was Peace Walker.
Yeah, I remember Peace Walker. It's coming out in the new HD collection as well. But that one was also in one of the.
Oh, okay.
It was in one of the PS3 collections as well, and that's how I played it. It wasn't a super difficult game, so even though it's kind of weird, you can kind of just get through it anyway.
Okay. But yeah, so it says the order chronologically is 3. So it would be 3 Peace Walker, 5, 1, 2, 4. That is very convoluted.
Yeah, there's also
and then Metal Gear Rising comes dead
there's
last.
also the 2 like
Peace
old
Walker,
Metal Gear games before Metal Gear Solid. Those also happen between
the NES
yeah, they happen
ones.
between 5 and 1, I believe.
Okay.
But I don't know how
I will probably play those as well.
I don't know how canon those are if they've been retconned or something like that, but I haven't played them either.
Wow, I just pulled up Peace Walker on Retro Achievements, and I think it's worth a lot of points. 106 achievements for 2,000 points. You can play the original Metal MSX. Wait, I don't. What's MSX?
Master System, maybe.
You can also play the original MSX Metal Gear 1 and 2 after 5, but it's not really necessary. I would just read the plot summary in Metal Gear Solid 1. Never played them. They are canon. Okay. I don't know what MSX is. I'm pulling it up here, and it just looks like a keyboard. Developed by ASCII Corporation. Is that right? Released in '83, MSX is the system the original Metal Gear games were on. Is that what I'm looking at here? This keyboard-looking thing from 1983?
I couldn't tell you.
Let's see. Metal Gear MSX. Platforms. It says, so I just Googled Metal Gear MSX, and I got the wiki, and it says MSX2, NES, Commodore 64, MS-DOS, mobile, and Windows. It came out in '87. So, oh, yep, and that links back to the exact page I was just looking at. So, yep, it is the same thing. So, all right, because I knew that Metal Gear was on the original NES because my friend played it. I didn't play it, but I watched him play it at his house. I just didn't know what MSX is. So, all right, well, I didn't realize that. No, I did realize that, so never mind. It's just you don't really think of Metal Gear as being a game as old as what was the original one released in? Oh yeah, '87. So just I don't think of Metal Gear being a franchise that's that old. Mm-hmm. It is though.
I know. Usually people will think '90s because of Metal Gear Solid 1. That's what popularized it.
Exactly. So yeah, there's that one. There's 2 games on that. Okay. So, but yeah, I think let me pull it up here. The Metal Gear. Looking at the retro achievements here. Going to the original release, Metal Gear. Yep, on retro achievements has it listed as MSX, July 13th, 1987, and it does have retro achievements. So I'll probably start there, or no, I'll probably start at whatever one is. I'll try to play them in chronological order. It just depends on at the time what will be the best way to play each one because sometimes they've gotten remasters and whatnot. So you are excited for Metal Gear 4. Remaster? Is that what it is?
Not really excited. I'm just happy for the fan base, really. And this kind of leads into something else as well, because Konami came out swinging hard during this state of play, which was kind of surprising.
Because Metal Gear Solid 4, they call it a remake or a remaster?
It's just a remaster.
Remaster. Plus this collection of whatever's in
so it's Metal Gear Solid 4 and Peace Walker, and then some other side content. I don't think it's an actual game or something. I don't remember what it was.
So Metal Gear Solid 4 Remaster is in this collection?
Yeah. So it's 4 and Peace Walker, plus some extra
I thought it was a separate release. Okay, so I was thinking Metal Gear Solid 4 Remaster was a separate release, but it's actually part of whatever this Volume 2 collection is.
Yeah. So the first one has 1, 2, and 3, I think.
Okay.
And I think that was released on on more modern systems. The Metal Gear Solid collection that I have is different. It has 2, 3, and Peace Walker, and that was on PS3 only. So
Oh, so that one's already rather old.
Yeah. I think that was the first one they released, and the next one they released is the Metal Gear Solid HD Collection Volume 1. And then the one we're getting now is Volume 2.
Okay, that's probably the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, so that was the one that you have is a different one than the one that I'm thinking of, because those are more recent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
and Nightmare says there's also a GameCube version of Metal Gear Solid 1 called Twin Snakes. You can try it. I like it, but a lot of people don't. Metal Gear Solid 4 isn't getting remastered, I think, just ported to PC. It's stuck on PC. Oh, okay, so it's more of a port than a remaster.
This leads into this one, though.
Oh, that's the other Konami one. So I'm like, okay, yep, we've got a couple announces from Metal Gear. What else we got from Konami? Belmont's Curse.
And
that's
this looks really good. I was surprised to see this.
This looks pretty good. Even though I'm not a huge Castlevania fan, given that the only ones that I've played are the very first Castlevania game I ever played was Lord of Shadow, because it was hack and slash. And then I went back and played Symphony of the Night, and I've now played Mirror of Fate and Lord of Shadow 2. But that's it. I have the Castlevania Anniversary Collection, which is all the classic ones. I haven't played those yet, and I also have the Advance Collection, which is all the Game Boy Advance games. Those yet either, but I will, and then I will pick up the games at some point of sale. So I plan to play them all, but I don't really have a whole lot of experience in the Castlevania franchise. But this does look really good, and because I'm assuming this is going to be a Metroidvania. Between this and the God of War one, I'm actually more interested in this one.
Oh, hell yeah. God of War, what is that? When we got this, look at it. It's beautiful.
Yeah, Nightmare says Lord Shadow 2 was so fun. Yeah, I just played that one for the first time last year, and I was surprised because I'd never heard really anything good about Lord Shadow 2, which is why I had it for years. I just never got around to playing it. And then I got to playing it. I'm like, this is way better than everyone made me think it was. So I really liked it. And that one also, another thing that I had never heard anyone mention is, oh yeah, Lord of Shadow 2 is a Metroidvania. It's not a single level-based game like the first one is. It's an open-world Metroidvania. I'm like, why did no one ever tell me this qualifies as a Metroidvania? I'd never heard one person ever mention Lord of Shadow 2 and Metroidvania in the same sentence before until I did. So you're looking forward to this one? Oh, that you said Symphony of the Night is, I think it's good, but like Super Metroid, I don't think it's as good as everyone says it is.
I love it. And it's actually not the one that got me into the series. I go back and forth between Symphony of the Night and Circle of the Moon, which is one of the Game Boy Advance ones.
I've heard lots of good things about that one. So obviously I will be playing it at some point. I just don't know when.
Circle of the Moon can get pretty dang hard compared to some of the others.
So I'll be playing it twice because, like I said, I've got the collection, so I'll be playing it on Xbox, and then I'm also going to play it for retro achievements. So,
oh boy,
because you and I have good taste, Neo. That is true. So
I wouldn't be surprised if I wouldn't be surprised if the retro achievements for Circle of the Moon makes you play through the game 5 times, because there's 5 different settings of the game. No, they're like different settings. So when you beat the game, normally. And when you beat the game normally, you get this code, and you enter this code at the main menu, and then you can start the game again, but you have half health, and you do half the amount of physical damage you normally do, but you have all of the magic spells unlocked, and you have double the magic pool.
Oh, that sounds a lot like Blasphemous New Game Plus at the beginning of the game. Have you played Blasphemous?
No, I haven't played it, but it is a super interesting way that they did that. And then once you beat that mode, you unlock another mode that's the opposite. You do more physical damage, have more health, but you have like barely any magic.
Okay.
And then there's another one you unlock where you have less magic, less health, less physical damage, but you do more damage with your throwing items.
Interesting.
So there's so much to that. I love that game so much. It is so... It's really innovative in that way, I think. I loved the hell out of Circle of the Moon.
I've heard the worst thing about it.
Worst thing about it, though, is that the spells that you unlock, they're random drops.
Oh, okay.
So that's a real pain. But if you can look past that, or if you enjoy going for random drops and grinding, then it's an awesome game. I love it.
So whereas going with that with Blasphemous is once you beat it, you can start it over in New Game Plus, and at the beginning you have the option of taking one of 3. I forget what the term is for the game, but it's kind of like a penalty, but not exactly because it kind of balances out. So, but you can play through the game with one of these 3 different modifiers essentially to change up how the game plays. So, like I don't remember what the other 2 were, but one of them was you have half health, but your magic meter, your mana restores on its own. You don't have to find like a fountain to restore it or use a consumable. It refills on its own, and your magic attacks do more damage. So there were 2 other ones. I forget what the others 2 were. But I remember that one because that's the one that I picked. So it sounds kind of like that.
That's cool.
So
I wouldn't be surprised if they got that idea from stupid phone's going off again. If they got that idea from Circle of the Moon, yeah.
Is one of the modes that you just mentioned called Magician Mode?
Yeah, that's the first one you unlock after you beat the game once.
Okay, because there's a number of achievements here that say do this, but it says in parentheses Magician Mode excluded, so you can't do it in that mode.
That would make sense because, like, yeah, in Magician Mode you don't have to farm for drops. You get all the spells unlocked from the beginning.
And here's another set of achievements that are do this, but shooter mode is excluded. So I'm assuming shooter mode is probably the one where your throwables do more damage.
Yeah, your throwables do more damage, and you think you have more ammo than normal.
So, and then there are some achievements that are specific to Magician Mode.
That wouldn't surprise me. Magician mode's probably the hardest mode out of all of them, from what I remember.
And all of those ones are listed as missable. And then there is one achievement that complete the entire battle arena without using sub-weapons and without recovering your health in fighter mode.
Oh, in fighter mode. Okay, I was going to say...
that only 2% of people have this one, though. So there's 260 people out of nearly 15,000 have this achievement. So that looks like that. It sounds like that's pretty difficult.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, but at least if you're in fighter mode, it's doable. If they made you do that in like Magician mode, oh, that'd be a disaster.
I'm kind of surprised that this game doesn't have multiple subsets for exactly these different modes. But yeah, it has 109 achievements in it, so I'm looking forward to playing. So regarding the Castlevania Advance games, similarly, when I play them, I want to play them in the correct order, not necessarily in the order they released. Do you know chronologically, do they take place in the order they were released, or do they chronologically take place in a weird order?
I actually don't know. Castlevania is one of those series where the chronological order doesn't really matter all that much.
Okay.
You could just hop into any game and it doesn't really change your outlook on each one. Unless, I think one exception is Aria of Sorrow and Dawn of Sorrow both feature the same main character.
Okay.
So you would probably want to play, I think Aria comes first.
I think you're right about that, but whenever I get around to playing it, I'll look into it. But I was just curious if you happen to know.
Yeah, but other than that, the order doesn't matter. I think if I were to recommend an order for the Game Boy Advance ones, I would say play... I'm forgetting what one of the name is. Harmony of Dissonance?
I'm pretty sure that is the name of one of them. Here,
I think I would do Harmony of Dissonance first.
Give me just a second. I'll have that.
But like part of the reason why I would say that is because that's the weakest one out of the 3.
Let's start with the worst. I would recommend that as well.
Yeah.
So you got Circle of the Moon, Harmony of Dissonance, Aria of Sorrow, and Dracula X are all in that collection.
Okay. Yeah, I would recommend Harmony of Dissonance first. Unless you want to do Dracula X first, because that one's not a Metroidvania. But if you're not going to play that one,
not very good.
It's not. I've tried to get through it before. It's a pain.
Speaking of Castlevania Advance, it's currently 50% off for $10 on Xbox right now.
There you go.
I already own it, but I'm curious, is the Dominus Collection on sale? Because that's the one I don't own yet. It is on sale a little bit. It's $17.50 down from $25, but I'm more interested in it's 30% off. That's not usually a big enough discount for me to pick it up. So
Nightmare asks if there are multiple branching timelines in Castlevania. I think that's
I
true.
believe so. Because
but
I'm pretty sure that the Lords of Shadow games, Lord of Shadows 1 and 2, and Mirror of Fate, which is the one that connects them, are in a separate timeline than the most of, if not all of the other games.
Yeah, but like I was mentioning earlier, the timeline doesn't really matter all that much.
Going back to our topic here, Belmont's Curse. Do we know who we play as in this one?
It's a Belmont. What's her name?
And
Trevor Belmont's successor.
Okay, yeah, because I know Trevor.
What's her name though?
I don't know if the Trevor in this timeline is the same as the Trevor from the Lord of Shadow timeline. Yeah, Lord of Shadow is its totally own timeline. I do know that. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm fairly positive they said her name in the trailer. I just can't remember what it is.
Okay, and it does not have a release date other than this year.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, I'm definitely interested in playing this at some time. As per usual, I probably won't be playing it on day one, but I definitely look forward to playing it at some point.
Yep. So I think that's probably about it for this. There's another game they announced that Konami announced called Rev Noir. That's a JRPG. I think they said it's an action RPG. I'm interested in it, but we don't know a whole lot about it yet. And I don't think it even has a Steam page yet either.
Okay. I don't think I even heard that.
Yeah, it doesn't have a Steam page. They also announced a new Silent Hill. I'm not into Silent Hill, but
yeah, me neither.
People are talking about that one a lot, so. And then there's also some goofy little octopus Metal Gear Solid inspired game that they're doing.
I want to play that one.
Yeah, that looks funny. I'm not super
Darwin's
interested
Paradox.
In it, yeah, that one.
I'm very interested in that one. It looks very like a more cutesy version of like Inside or Limbo.
Limbo combined with Octodad. There you go.
Yes. Octolimbo Dad. I'm very interested in this game. I want to play it. Whenever I hear action RPG, my ears perk up.
Yeah, I would tell you to look up.
Have a release date?
Let's find out. Nightmare, I would tell you to look up Rev Noir, but we literally know barely anything about it because they just showed like a cinematic. Oh, this comes out on April 2nd, so it's not too far off.
That's not. Yeah, it's only a little over a month. Yeah, I'm very intrigued by this one. Let's see here, and it is coming to everything. Excellent. This I really like the look of this game. Ooh, is it gonna get a physical release on every platform as well, or is this picture just lying? So, all right. Was there anything else on the state of play that?
Yeah, actually, there's a Muso game that they showed off called Project Windless.
Yes, what I heard someone call it Cock of War.
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
That looks interesting.
Or
a giant chicken.
I would call it Cock Warriors.
Yeah,
it looks more like a Warriors game. The footage they showed of that though looked really early, so we're probably not going to see that one for a while.
Yeah, that one looks interesting. I'll definitely keep an eye out for that one once you hear some more about it.
There was the one that I thought was like going to be that might end up being a low key hit is Crimson Moon. This reminded me of Darksiders quite a lot.
Yes.
It looked like Darksiders combined with Doom, modern Doom.
Yes, this one also looks quite interesting. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, this one could, if it's as good as it looks, because it looks good, but does it play good? We don't know that yet.
Yeah.
But from what they've shown, this game looks like it could be awesome.
Another one I will keep my eye out for as it develops. No, that was a different one that you mentioned. I won't steal your thunder then, in case this is one that you're going to mention.
What was it? Go ahead
I
and
just
just
pulled
name
up
it.
the state of play announcements.
Oh, okay.
I'm just looking at this image. This looks right up your alley. Brigadine Abyss.
Not really.
Okay.
So, okay, I know of this series, Brigandine. I played a demo of Brigandine: The Legend of Runertia. And what it is a strategy RPG, kind of like Fire Emblem or Shining Force or something like that. But instead of on a square grid, you're on a hex-based grid. So
Okay.
you have like the 6-sided things. I typically don't really like hex-based stuff. I think it looks ugly and kind of, I don't know. I just don't like the way those games are presented. Like a lot of building and strategy games use the hex-based thing. As soon as I see that, I'm like, I'm out. I don't like it. I don't like the way it looks. But for a strategy RPG, though, from what I've played of the demo of the earlier one, it's actually pretty decent. But I haven't gotten. I haven't played enough of it because it's just the demo. But that one might end up being like a sleeper hit or a cult hit as well.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't watched the video of it, but just based on the thumbnail on the YouTube video, it's like this looks like a lowest game, but definitely not in my that picture right there in the top right. Definitely not my up my alley.
I will probably keep my eye on it. Maybe I'll go and play the first one. Or it's not the first one, the one before this. The first one is actually back on the PS1, so this is an older series.
I had no idea. Never heard of it.
Yeah. There is this little thing here. This is a bit of a problem. NIS America.
I've never heard of it. So what's the story with that?
They are a localizer.
Oh, okay.
Need I say more?
Nope. I know what you mean now.
They are in charge of the Trail series for the West, so they've been leaving their mark all across it, unfortunately.
Oh, bummer. All right. Which game did you want to mention next?
I think there was so much shown off. I can't remember a lot of it. I don't have a thing pulled up.
Okay. So one that's we already knew about, but we actually got some gameplay for, and I am very looking forward to is Control Resonant.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing is because I love the first Control, is they're going into different directions. That was a third-person shooter, and this one's more of a hack and slash. So it's looks like it's taking a different direction on like the gameplay, but I love both of those genres, so I think I'm going to enjoy it either way. It's just I was kind of looking forward to having more of what the original Control was, but I'm sure I'll enjoy this one too.
Yeah, we were talking about Control and Remedy on one of the top 5s, I think. And I remember saying that of all of their games, of all of Remedy's games, Control is the one I'm most likely to play or try out.
I haven't played Alan Wake because that's my least interested one, since it's more scary, survival horror like, and that's not really my jam. But I played Quantum Break, and I liked Quantum Break, and I played Control, and I loved Control.
Yeah.
So, and I'm looking forward to playing it again. I'm gonna try to get through. I will absolutely play Control again before I play Resonant. I don't think we have a release date yet for when Resonant's coming out, but I am looking forward to playing through Control again before Resonant. So, a surprise announcement a movie that was a perfect setting for a video game, and there was a video game, but it wasn't really what we wanted. So I'm surprised it took them this long. We're getting a John Wick game.
Oh,
It
yeah.
looks like this could be really cool
Yeah, I was surprised to
because the
see
John
that.
Wick movies are freaking awesome. And the game I'm referring to is John Wick Hex, which is more of like an XCOM style game. I never played it, but when you think of John Wick game, you're not thinking of basically a turn-based strategy game. You're thinking, some sort of like fast-paced Splinter Cell conviction type game. So it looks like that's what this is going to be more like. And all we got was there was no gameplay in it. Essentially, it was more of a cinematic trailer. But I'm very excited to see more about this game because it could be freaking dope.
Yeah, it's for those who are not looking forward to the new James Bond, you have that instead, I guess, right?
Similar to the when we were talking about Fable and my vested interest in it. I hope, well, on both sides, I hope that Last Light, 007 Last Light is a good game because it looks like it has the potential to be good, and it's from the Hitman guys, which they've done a lot of good stuff. But it's got some flags. I hope it turned out to be good, both because I want it to be good, and I'm probably gonna play it either way, and because I also have a vested interest in seeing it succeed, because that is one of my games on our Fantasy Critic League that if it does good, I do better.
Yeah, that 007 game looks so boring to me. I don't get it.
So I understand. I'm probably going to play it regardless, unless it just tanks. I don't think it's going to do that bad, but we'll see. So Nightmare says Control I'm interested in, but it's PS5 exclusive. Resident? No, it's not. That's going to be on Xbox. I don't know if it's going to be on Steam, but I know it's going to be on Xbox. It was actually announced at the Xbox Direct or Xbox.
No, Control Resonance on Steam.
It's already got a Steam page, so yeah, it's definitely not an exclusive. Remedy has like a really good relationship with Microsoft, and that's why Control and all of the Remedy games have been on Game Pass for long periods of time.
Well, hey, at least they don't have a super good relationship with Epic Games anymore, so there's that.
So yeah, the John Wick game looks like that could be really cool. Hopefully it turns out that it is. Let's see here. Another franchise that I know a lot of people are in love with. I've never played it, but has a lot of nostalgia is the Legacy of Kain Defiance Remastered. I'm sure people were excited about that.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you on that one.
I'd never even heard of this franchise until it got its remaster. Not recently. I mean, it did get a remaster recently, but I'd never heard of this franchise until literally probably like 5 years ago. It's because so many people were like, "Oh, we want to remaster this game," and because there's so many people who want a remaster of it, I'm like, "Okay, I'm intrigued." So, at some point, I may play both of those remasters. So, I think we got some more information on the next Concord. I mean, Marathon. I think that game is going to flop hard.
I feel like every game in that sort of sphere has flopped except for like Arc Raiders. It's like the only one.
Yeah. So, why are they doing such a drastic departure from what the original Marathon games were? It's like if they stuck to more of that style, I think it would do better.
Yeah, I agree.
But that would be a live service game, so they couldn't milk it. But I think my prediction is that the new Marathon's going to flop, and the reason why these live service games are so popular is because when they take off, they make buku bucks. But if they flop, then that's a lot of money down the drain, and it would have been a lot safer bet to make, something more in the line of the original Marathons. It probably it won't do crazy numbers, but it's more of a safe bet. You would have probably made some money rather than potentially losing so much on a flop, which is what I think it's going to do.
Well, Sony flushing money down the drain isn't exactly a new thing. Which, by the way, they recently announced that they're closing Blue Point Games.
I've heard that name, but I don't know who Blue Point
They
is.
did the Shadow of the Colossus remaster.
Oh,
And what was the other one?
speaking of
Oh, and they did
Ico,
Demon Souls.
really? And they're shutting those ones
Mhm.
down? That sounds like
That
a
was
very
that was
bad
just
idea.
announced today.
Oh, those are very popular games, right?
Yeah.
That's a disappointment. But next up, we got Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls, a fighting game. I have no interest in it. It looks like a good fighting game, but I have no interest in it because I don't play fighting games.
You couldn't pay me to play that game.
So this one's interesting because I've not heard basically a peep about this game across the internet, except for one of my YouTube friends, and he's like been super stoked for this game forever because it's been perpetually delayed. And that's Mina the Hollower. This seems like a
Oh
game
my
that's probably up
God.
your alley as well.
It is. And
The friend I'm referring to is not you, by the way. The friend I'm referring to is Winter Prince. He's been talking about this game for freaking ever, and it's been constantly delayed. So I know he's super stoked for this game. So I know nothing about this game. Tell me a little bit about it.
I stopped paying attention to this game a long time ago. It's basically a modern take on a Game Boy Color Zelda game. So it's going to be similar to Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, Link's Awakening DX.
Okay. You have my attention.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. But we have...
Oh, Shovel Knight
It's the
Studio.
Shovel Knight Studio, yep.
Shovel Knight Studio. I've not played that, but I've heard good things about it, and I know it's a popular...
Shovel Knight's pretty good. I actually played it and enjoyed it. But here's the problem, though.
I've heard it's hard.
Kind of.
Or maybe I'm getting mixed up with a different game.
It has its moments. But here's my issue with Mina the Hollower. They have been showing this game off for so long now.
I've never heard of it.
I want to say they revealed it back in...
I've heard it mentioned from some people I know over the...
It could have been as early as 2021 that they revealed this game. So,
wow.
So you're telling me you're going to take 5-6 years, maybe even longer, to make a Game Boy Color game?
Hey, look at Silksong. Not a Game Boy Color.
Oh, no, that's Silksong completely different. That's they're like full artwork and everything. This is a pixel art game that back in the 90s, they made these games in the course of a year. When did Link's Awakening come out? 1994. What came out the year before that?
The original release of Link's Awakening, the Game Boy version, was, I believe it was 93.
Was it 93?
And the DX version on Game Boy Color was, I believe, was 98. But to further back up your, what you're talking about, going back to Mega Man, my favorites, Mega Man X1, 2, and 3, were 93, 94, and 95. All 1 year apart.
Yeah, but didn't A Link to the Past come out like literally a year before that? Link's Awakening.
Let's see here. Link to the Past was, obviously that was Super Nintendo, but that was 91.
Okay.
In Japan, it was 92 in US.
Okay. So we have 2 years between those games, at the most.
And then Link's Awakening. Let's see here. Link's Awakening. Oh, DX was 98. Yeah, but let me go to the original version. The Game Boy version was 93. I was correct.
Okay.
So yeah, Link's Awakening came out 1 year after Link to the Past.
Okay. So you're telling me with all this modern technology that we have now and all the development tools that we have now, it's going to take you 6 years to make this game? I don't believe you. What is going on at that studio? Something's going on. There's no way that this game should take 6 years to make. Unless there's like some sort of crazy expansive thing they have going for it that we don't know about yet. This game should have been out a long time ago. I'm not excited for it anymore. It's been too long.
Oh, okay. So you've lost interest in it because it's taking so long.
Don't reveal your game until you know it's about to come out. That's kind of the rule. Like,
I agree with
every developer should do that.
Yeah,
Beyond Good and Evil 2.
I mean, we finally got it. Oh, I was gonna say we finally got this one, but Metroid Prime 4 did that. Elder Scrolls 6, they announced it in 2017. We still haven't heard a peep
Yeah,
about
both of
it.
those games shouldn't have been revealed.
Like, don't announce it. Don't announce it unless you got something to show.
Yep.
So I'm right there with you. Oh, and Nightmare said, yeah, I talked about Blue Point today. Okay, I was there from the beginning. I was just lurking for a little bit. I just don't remember that name getting mentioned. They did the Demon Souls remaster and were about to make a God of War live service game. Oh, the fact that that got shut down is not necessarily.
Oh, so they
a
were
bad
shut
thing.
down because of what Sony made them do. Okay.
It's like, hey, make this game. It's like, we don't want to. We'll do it. It's like, all right, fine, we'll do it. All right, we're shutting you down. Like, wait, what? Yeah, that's pretty scummy.
So stupid. But yeah, if Mina the Hollower comes out and it's mid, I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be real mad. I might still play it, but we'll see. I recently just played a 2D Zelda-like that I thought was awesome and better than some Zelda games.
And
It's
what
called
is that?
The Girl from Arcania. And it was in my 2025 video.
Okay, I was like, that name sounds familiar. It's probably from that video.
And I don't know how many people made this game. Probably not very many.
Oh, it's the Capybara game.
Yeah.
Okay, I do remember seeing the video of this. Who doesn't love Capybara?
I love this game. Not without its problems, of course. Bosses were probably the weakest aspect of the game, but it was pretty much enjoyable from start to finish.
Okay. Shout out to the Capybara game.
Yep, the developer is just called Arcania Games. I can't imagine this is a big studio. It's got to have like just a few people in there.
Yeah, probably. The fact that the name of their game is in their studio name, I would assume it's rather small.
But the developer of Shovel Knight?
Making Mina the Hollower? Yeah. Okay. I'm tracking with you now.
Yeah, there's got to be something going on at that studio that's causing this to take so long. I don't know.
Then a couple more things here that we haven't mentioned that's on this list. Although this seems like a DLC. I don't think it's a new game, but for Neva.
Yeah, that's a DLC.
Okay. I haven't played that one, but I did play their other game because I was like, you know what? This game looks a lot like Gris. And I went and looked at it. I'm like, yep, it's the same studio. Their art styles are nearly identical. I did play Gris because I panic played it before it left Game Pass last year. It was very mid. It was rather boring. I did not care for it that much, so I didn't bother. Play Neva.
It looked boring, but it looked nice.
Yes, it was a very artsy game. It was pretty, but it was rather boring. Then another one that I talked about in my most anticipated games, and I think we got a release date, and it's not that far away. It's Pragmata. I'm definitely interested in this.
Yeah,
I still haven't played the demo yet, but I do have it downloaded. I need to play that at some point.
They've been showing off that game at so many showcases now. It's like, come on.
I got
tired of seeing it. Just let it come out.
I'm excited for it. But I need to play the demo so I can actually play, get a feel for the game itself rather than just what I see other people do. Rayman 30th Anniversary Edition. I've never played any Rayman games, but I know those are popular platformers.
Yeah, guess what? They screwed that one up too.
Uh-oh.
It's Ubisoft. What do you expect?
Hey, people crap on Ubisoft, but Lost Crown 2024, that game is phenomenal.
Hey, that's the exception to the rule.
It is.
So apparently the
At least with modern Ubisoft, because there are a lot of Ubisoft games that I like.
Yeah, this Rayman game released with completely different music. And they don't have an option to use the original soundtrack in it.
Oh, it's already out.
Yeah, it was a Shadow Drop, I think.
Shadow Drop. Okay, and they changed the music from the original?
Mm-hmm.
Aw. It's got more levels than the original did. By a lot, it looks like. But that's a bummer. I got Resident Evil Requiem, which I have zero interest in.
The Rayman remaster also requires an Ubisoft account to even play it.
Oh my god, that is so dumb.
Yeah. So anything Ubisoft, I don't even bother.
Understandable. So, China says, if there's one franchise I want back, it's Darkstalkers from Capcom. The only thing I know about that is big titty cat lady and big titty bat lady from SNK versus Capcom.
That's fair.
I know nothing about that franchise. So, and Ariana Floyd is back. Hello again. Yeah, we're probably winding down here since we're nearly at 4.5 hours. Yeah, Resident Evil Requiem got some more showcase, and I have zero interest in the Resident Evil franchise. I'm assuming you probably don't either. That's definitely not up either of our alley. Rev Nor, which you already mentioned. Saros, which are you
no interest?
You have no interest. I have very much interest in it. I have Returnal. I have not played it yet, but I'm looking forward to playing it because I played like 15 minutes of it on one of my roulette streams, and I really enjoyed my time with it. I'm looking forward to playing through it in its entirety at some point. So I will absolutely play Saros eventually, but I will play Returnal before I play Saros. It's just I don't know when that's going to be, but I am very, very interested in playing it at some point. Silent Hill Townfall. Again, I have zero interest in it because it's spooky. I'm assuming that's the same for you.
I would have more interest in Silent Hill than Resident Evil, but I'm also not. I haven't played any of them, so I have no interest in it right now.
Yeah, same. And Star Wars Galactic Racer. This could be good.
No interest.
Episode 1 Racer, I mean, that was way back in the day. That was an N64 game. That was a great game, but this is basically the spiritual successor to that. I think because this has the potential to be a gameplay only game, and it's a racing game. You typically don't really have a whole much of a story in a racing game. There could be, but I think it has a low chance of further tarnishing the Star Wars name. So, given how low Star Wars has fallen, I think it only has the only way it has to go is up. So I am cautiously optimistic. I hope it's good.
Keep those expectations low.
Exactly. I won't be surprised if it's terrible, but I'm hoping it's going to be good because it'd be nice to have have something good come out of the Star Wars franchise for once. So, and then the last thing here is Yako. I don't know. Yako Shinobi Ops.
That was the 3D ninja samurai whatever game that they showed off, I think.
I'm curious.
And I was thinking of that, but I couldn't remember what it was called because I don't care.
Of course, I want to click on it to get some to look at the footage and say, please enter your date of birth. No, I'm not doing that. I'll pull it up here real quick on YouTube. I'm curious if it's just because Shinobi is not specific to the Shinobi franchise. I'm curious, does it actually take place in the Shinobi franchise, or does it just have the name Shinobi in it?
Shinobi is a type of Japanese ninja, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's like a common thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's why everywhere. I was like, I don't think it's necessarily specific to the Shinobi franchise. That's more of a generic term. So, Oh, you pulled it up there. So, I love everything ninja and samurai stuff. So, anything that has that in it, I'm intrigued. But this almost looks more like a what does it say as the genres there? It look which I love stealth games. But is it
online co-op, action, multiplayer, co-op, single player,
stealth,
and then PvE and stealth?
I'm thinking maybe this is more of like an XCOM strategy kind of more turn-based, but it doesn't look like that. It looks like more of just like an isometric type of stealth game.
No, the second tag is action, so it's an action stealth game.
Okay. I'll have to look more into this, but I'm definitely intrigued. I definitely might be interested in this. And with some 4-player online co-op, assuming it comes to something other than just PlayStation. Oh, obviously you have it there, the Steam page up. So, yeah, I will need to. I remember seeing this name get announced, but I don't think I actually saw any footage of this game. So I'll take a look at it. But I am intrigued based off the little bit that I'm seeing here on your screen and the little bit that I've read about it here in just the last couple minutes.
Were there any others that were announced that we didn't go over yet? I actually have to go here soon.
Okay. That is I'm on the PlayStation.blog website, and that's the last one on this.
Okay.
So I think that's everything that was announced. So, yeah, we can wrap it up here because
Yeah.
we've had a great chat. So,
Yeah. So
any last thoughts on the state of play?
Sony won the console war for 2026. Ponies rejoice.
Based on the three, showcases, whatever you want to call them, yeah, I definitely agree that Sony's was by far the best.
Yeah, none of the three companies really gave us good reasons to buy their systems. Because Xbox, everything's on PC. Nintendo, they showed games that are already on PC already. And then PlayStation here, everything's on PC except for like two of them. So, but if we go based on which show was the best for gamers, it is definitely the State of Play. Like hands down, no questions asked. Like
absolutely
shockingly good for a showcase. And that has not been true for Sony in years because their State of Plays have always been terrible.
So, yep, I totally agree. So.
Well, I don't know about terrible. Mid usually, and then if another showcase happened in the same time frame, they always beat the State of Play every single time.
Yeah, they haven't had the greatest track record on these sorts of events.
So me buying a PS5 in December, I am now vindicated for doing so. Even though I felt like a dirty console peasant again by doing so.
Okay, so I didn't put two and two together because I thought you were saying you're going to be buying one, but you said you were playing Arknights on PS5, so you already have one. So
yeah,
but you bought one recently, and now it's kind of justifying that purchase a little bit more. It sounds like.
Yeah. I mean, it was already worth it technically. Like I always wait. The only one I didn't wait on was the Switch, which is because I bought the Breath of the Wild Special Edition, which was only on Switch. Okay. So I had to get a Switch day one in order to play it. But yeah, I usually wait until there's like 4 or more games that I want the system for. So, yeah, 2 of them, or like there was like 3 of them that were like all like free to play live service games, which, like I said earlier, I'm not installing those on my PC. So. Yeah, it's been worth it so far.
All right, so I'll just take a quick run through the last few comments here before we say goodnight. And Shining Diamond says, I think he was referring to when I was talking about my knowledge of Darkstalkers. And it's like, those are good reasons. Nightmare says, yeah, I only know Morrigan, which is the Bat Lady, and I think Felicia is the Cat Lady. And Shining Diamond says it was the franchise that introduced 3-year-old Shining Diamond to Morrigan and Capcom. And Nightmare says maybe Saros was the PS5 exclusive I was thinking of. That could be, because I know that at least for a while, I'm pretty sure that's only going to be on PlayStation. But I put money on that it'll eventually come to Steam.
Yep.
So, but yeah, at launch, I bet it's only on PlayStation. And Ariana Flood says, here's the food delivery for you two boys. I appreciate it because I'm hungry because I haven't
Hell
eaten yet.
Yeah.
So I'm going to
burger and fries.
As soon as we're done here.
Can't get more American than that.
Yep. So Ariana says, good night, Ariana. Have a good one. And we'll see you later. Nightmare says, you don't love the Virtual Boys games, Lois?
Oh, they're my favorite. What are you talking about?
And,
wait, when did we even talk about the Virtual Boy?
We didn't, but there was because we basically breezed over the Nintendo Direct, and there were some Virtual Boy announcements in that, because I think
there?
I think
in the third party? No, it went not in the third party one.
Oh, well, I know there's been a lot of talk about Virtual Boy recently, so I think it's because Nintendo just announced that Virtual Boy games are coming to Nintendo Online, but I don't know when. I remember now.
It was in the September one.
Oh, so
which
that
was like an actual, it was an actual Nintendo Direct full on.
Okay, I was thinking that was just announced within the last month or two, but no, that was like quite a few months ago.
I remember hating that Nintendo Direct quite a lot. So
All right. Crazy Land was also saying good night. And Nightmare says, no consoles for this, Chad. He's PC only. So good night, Crazy Landlow. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you later. And Nightmare says, since we're talking who won consoles this year. So, but yeah, Lois, always great chatting with you. I'm glad you invited yourself on because that's the whole point of open mic. If anyone wants to come talk video games, I do have open mic booked through the end of March, but I got a ton of people that I want to reach out to and have on in the upcoming months. So if anyone wants to come on and talk video games with me, let me know. That's the whole point of open mic. So before we say goodnight here, Lois, what do you got going on you want to let people know about?
Yeah, originally I was thinking of coming back on open mic after Masters of Albion came out, because then we could build upon what we talked about in the first one we did. But
did we talk about that last time you were on open mic?
Yeah, we talked about Peter Molyneux and Lionhead and all that quite a bit.
I do remember talking about Black and White because I had heard about the Black and White, but all I knew was the name of the game. I knew nothing about it. So you enlightened me on what those type of games are and why you like the first one more than the second one.
Yeah, so we'll have to do this a third time, I think. And I think the best
Works
timing
for me.
I think the best timing for that will be after not only Master of Albion comes out, but after the new Fable comes out.
Yeah.
Then we can have some interesting things to talk about.
All right. Absolutely. We'll plan on it. So the link to his channel is already in the stream description, but I'm dropping it in chat as well if you want to go over and show him some love and give him a sub over there. He does some great work.
Yep.
And he does.
And,
I won't steal your thunder. Go ahead and tell us some of the stuff that you do.
I don't have a whole lot planned right now. Mostly just working and doing a bunch of stuff IRL. So I'll probably stream this weekend. Definitely be doing RNG at the end of the month. Look forward to that. That was going to be
my question because I always like watching those.
Yep, random new games, and we got an interesting one for the worst take of the month.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and the worst take of the month. Those are always interesting as well.
Yeah. Well, who knows? It might change between now and then because I make them at the end of the month, so something extra spicy might come out. You never know.
We still got, a little over a week left in the month, so.
Yep. So yeah, RNG, it's a thing where I put together all the games that came out in the last month. I pick out the 10 best, whichever one is number 1 or 2. I play that on stream right afterwards to try it out. And yeah, that was my number 1 last month was Arknight's Enfield. And I think I'm regretting that decision a little bit. But also, it was January, so there was not a whole lot of super strong hitters.
Not a lot of... Yeah, that's kind of a dead month for video games. Not a lot of big releases in January.
This month is looking a lot stronger, and so does March. March is looking really good, and so is April. I think we're gonna have a good year.
This seems like it's gonna be a good year for releases. Absolutely.
Yep. And we'll see if GTA 6 comes out this year. I doubt it.
Yeah, I remember you said you were looking forward to that one. I couldn't care less if it ever comes out because I have no interest in it.
We were talking about that in anticipated games as well, that I thought everyone was thinking it was going to get delayed again. But between then and now, they announced that they're going to start their marketing season this summer. So maybe it's on track. We'll see. Speaking
of GT, because we're also hesitant on whether it's even going to come out this year on our video game fantasy critic league. No one has I don't think anyone picked up GTA 6 because if it doesn't come out, then you get no points. So no one's like, I'm not going to take that plunge because it's too risky. It might not ever come out. Actually, I'm going to pull it up here, see real quick if anyone did pick it up. I don't remember. GTA? No. Grand Theft. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Tyler has it.
Good luck, Tyler.
Good luck, Tyler. We know, obviously, if it does come out this year, he's going to make bank points on that because everyone knows it's going to sweep all the scores and stuff. So, but all right. So as for me, Lois, like I said, as always, great chatting with you, and look forward to next time after those other games come out. You just let me know, and we'll make it happen. So for my schedule, this will be the end for this week, but I'll be back on Monday with some more Metroidvania Monday as I continue and plan to finish off Islets. I think I should be able to do it because, like I said, I think I'm about 70% of the way through the game, so I'm pretty close to the end. And then Tuesday will be a return to Party Chat because there's been a lot of stuff going on for both of my Tuesday streams. So the last two Tuesdays, Party Chat and Top 5 both got canceled. So I haven't had a Party Chat since the end of January. So it'll be good to get back to that, assuming nothing else happens. We have to cancel again. So we'll be back with Party Chat on Tuesday with Cream NATO. And I should also be on with Carl on Wednesday with Backlog Battling. And then I got another open mic next week with Max Smalls, who I've just recently been introduced to. And I think we're going to have a great chat next week, open mic as well. So that will be it for tonight. Thank you, everyone in chat for hanging out with us. And Lois has one more thing he wants to mention before we say goodbye.
I was gonna say I just realized that we've been going for over 4.5 hours now.
Yes.
I feel like you and I can just talk games like forever and never get bored. Because we did this last time. It was like 4.5 hours or something like that as well.
You know what? Let me pull it up here real quick while we're on the topic to see. I know it's not the longest one, but Lois, let's see here. March of last year was 3:58, so we're actually 30 minutes over last ones. But yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I go on to talk about video games for freaking ever. So usually these streams is reliant on how long the guest wants to go. I can keep going if you wanted to.
Yeah, I did not expect to go this long, especially because I have a few topics lined up, but it's not a whole lot exactly.
That happens nearly every month when Dude and I do our achievement chasers. He's like, I got like 3 games to talk about, and we still end up talking for like 3.5 hours.
Oh my God.
That's usually my fault though, because I play a lot more variety lately than he does. Like he'll play over the course of a month, he'll play like 1 or 2 long games, and I play like 8 like shorter games, so I have a lot more to talk about. But yeah, every time we're like, yeah, we've only got a couple games to talk about, and we still end up going like 4 hours. So
nice.
Yeah, Nightmare says Neo's a fun guy to talk to. I agree. Yeah, Nightmare and I had open mic is the longest mic. Ours was over 6 hours.
Dang.
So, but yeah, that's the whole point of open mic is just to talk video games, and I'm happy to talk. Anyone wants to talk video games. So, and I always say
if I didn't have to go to work, I bet we could have beat that.
And funny thing, Nightmare and I's was the very next open mic after yours and I's were. So ours was March 6th and his was March 20th, and it was 6 hours and 9 minutes. So
nice.
Yeah, it's very easy to talk video games, and if you want to come back, if you don't have enough time, you want to come back on and talk more, I'm happy to schedule another one. Because he's been kind of absent from the internet, but I've had. Also, I think we had our first one was like 6 hours. That was BD Jake. He's a great dude. And then he came back on and we had like another 4 hours. We still didn't get through all the stuff I want to talk about. And I've got stuff lined up for whenever he's able to come on for a part 3. Because it's funny. After our 6-hour first open mic, or nearly 6 hours, I had like 4 things I wanted to talk to him about. And we only got through 2 of them. But we also added 2 more things. So we lost 2 and gained 2. So it basically made 0 progress. But it was a lot of fun. So, and I think I reached out to Crazy Landlord, get him on an open mic, and he says if Party Chat's open to anyone, I'd be down to join. That is good to know because I will typically I like getting people on open mic first to kind of get to know people, and then eventually have them on Party Chat. But I'm definitely glad, looking forward to having you on open mic at some point, and I'd happy to have you on Party Chat as well. So, but yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out with us for getting close to 5 hours, 4 hours and 42 minutes. I always have fun talking video games. So if anyone wants to come on and chat games with me, let me know. That's the whole point, and we'll make it happen. So, and I says, hey, I'm always happy to hop on again if you ever want. I absolutely will. We can definitely have another one, but I've got a lot of people lined up that I haven't talked to yet that I want to talk to. So, but we'll definitely get you on for another open mic here in the future. So, but yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out with us for open mic. And you all have a great night and a great weekend, and we'll see you next week. So Have a good one. And Lois, good night, and hope you have a good day/night at work, since I know you're working graveyards now, right?
Yeah.
So you have a good one, and we will see you all later, everyone. Have a good night, and we'll catch you next time. And as always, in the meantime, game on.
Game on.